We set out as a couple to build a timber frame dream home from the ground up with our own bare hands. We wanted to do as much of the work as possible. That means we did the concrete, the walls, the floor framing, the excavation, and you guessed it, the sawmilling. We have a ridiculous deadline though. An army of volunteers are coming to help us cut and raise our timber frame in just 3 weeks. We've never run a sawmill before, and all we have is logs. This is our entire story, sawmilling this amazing timber frame.
That's insane.
55 logs, 85 timbers, 3 weeks to the day. Well, there they are. The final cut sheets for our timber frame. They were produced by the Shelter Institute, which is where we went for our timber framing class back in April. This is exactly what they provided in the class. And once I saw this, it dawned on me how in the heck 24 complete strangers were going to build a frame over the course of a week, and at the end of the week it was all going to fit. What you have here is a per piece cut list. Every single member of the frame is spelled out in exact dimensions, and we're excited to start working through that. Before that can happen though, I think it's only wise to do a pretty substantial amount of planning. The sawmill goofing off kind of stops here. I think I counted the number of full-size timbers that are in this frame is somewhere around 85. And every single one of those timbers needs to be accessible during the timber framing workshop. On top of that, we've got braces that are not included in that number. I don't remember, there's like 33 braces, something like that. The next few days, I don't know that we're gonna get a whole heck of a lot of sawmilling done. We need to do a pretty substantial amount of planning. One of those, what I'm gonna work on today, is making sure that our sawmill is in good working order and it's cutting straight. And then over the next few days, I'm going to spend a little time with this monster load of logs and kind of get familiar with it. What I've done is I've taken the time to go through this entire set of shop drawings, and on my phone, I've created a list of the number of logs, ideally, that we would need to cut these members. Our logs are coming to us 28 feet from the logger. And of course they're in different sizes. So that's gonna take some adjusting. And then additionally, they all have a little bit of character. None of these logs are just perfectly straight. They've all got a little bit of cruck, or maybe the butts kind of are oversized on them. And so getting the timbers out of those logs is gonna take some effort. And then probably, maybe the most important thing is, where do all these timbers go once we're done cutting them? So we've got to do some property planning and make sure that we've kind of got everything organized and situated. We've gone through so many phases of building that we've kind of got these materials here and plumbing here and ICFs here and rebar there and lumber over here. And so we're overdue for a big kind of property cleansing or cleanup. And that will be imperative so that we don't end up moving all of these timbers multiple times. So I think this probably through the weekend, probably 4 days minimum, are going to be spent doing that. So it brings me back to today. Recently, when we cut the posts for our garage, we had a weird issue with the wood miser. We set the cut depth to say 8 inches down here, and it would be 8 inches. But as you get to the middle, there'd be a half an inch extra, 8.5 inches. And then down here on the end, 8 inches. The sawmill was cutting like potbelly, if you will. So we immediately got on the phone with our good friend Rob from Woodmiser and kind of shared with him the situation. And we spent a day and a half fine-tuning the bed and doing all this stuff to make sure that our calibration was good. You know, beds were level, they're well supported, all the basics. And we feel really good about the sawmill. We brought our laser out here and we lasered across the beds and did all this preliminary work. What we don't know right now is whether or not we have two bed sections that have a cross member that seems to be miscalibrated. We've marked them. If you remember, they were kind of out in the middle of the sawmill. One was down there and one was down here. We spent a bunch of time taking those and moving them to the ends to almost exclude them from the cutting area so that we could get our post straight. But what we need to get to the bottom of is whether or not they are in fact miscalibrated. It's so rare that that would happen on a Woodmiser that there's still that question whether or not it's something we've done. Have we adjusted our legs wrong, or is something else awry? So that's what I'm going to work on today, trying to isolate whether these cross members, which we've marked with arrows, are in fact off, or maybe we solved the problem when we went through and did all this housekeeping on the sawmill. So I think what I'm going to do today is try to cut a log here and see if we get anything fishy going on and spend a little time. I guess let me back up. We've already done a phenomenal amount of measuring. We've taken a square and a level, and we've tape measured every single cross member to the blade. We've checked it across to the side rails. We've checked them across each other. We've tried to do all this stuff. And it's so funny how if there is an issue there, it is minuscule. But across 27 feet, 28 feet, it presents itself in a odd-shaped timber. One of the tools that we'll be using a lot coming soon is a logger's tape. We actually picked this up during the estate sale where we got all those tools. If you haven't seen that video, check it out. Gentleman had a lot of the tools that we needed for building a home. Normally I'd be using just a regular everyday, you know, Fat Max tape measure. But a logger's tape has a spike on the end and a belt loop. So it really allows for almost a no-hands operation. Even though I'm just going to be doing some kind of diagnosing with the sawmill, I still don't want to waste this log. And I know that there are some better methods out there for what I'm trying to accomplish. But maybe you can see that down here about, say 2/3 of the length of this log, that butt starts to turn. So I want to measure that, how much straight log we have, and then figure out whether I want to actually just cut that butt off and keep a longer straight section. If I mill this at full length, what'll happen is I'm going to lose a large portion of this log, because if I start cutting flat, I'm not going to get to the meat of the log until somewhere around here. And you can see that I'd be giving up all this useful timber. So this is one of those things that we're going to have to learn over the next few weeks, is how to maximize each log. So it looks like where the crook begins, I'm at about 16 feet. That's probably the absolute max that I can get before I start losing log space. Which means that this section over here should be right at 12 feet. Because we have several 12-foot members, we actually want to oversaw or overcut our members so that we have what's called relish, or a little bit of extra wood, just in case we cut crooked, or we want to pick what we want out of the tree. So at 16 feet, that's pretty good. And then we'd have a 12-footer on that end. So if I kind of split the difference and mill somewhere in here, it looks like back here is about where I'm going to get the maximum thickness out of that log, which means that it looks like I might only get 11 feet at full width. So again, lots of decision making. It's been several months ago, but one of our viewers recommended buying a piece of Lexan like this and marking out, the ideal timber sizes, like 6x6, 6x8, 8x8, 8x10, etc. And then I would have a quick reference that I could throw up on a log and figure out what the ideal timber to cut out of that log would be. I think I'll do that in a future video, because I need to focus on getting this sawmill diagnosed. Just in case we do have an issue, we can get some replacement bed sections on the way. So based on my timber needs, there's a couple of 8x8 posts that we need that are 10 feet. So since we've got, you know, a little less than 12 feet here, an 8x8 would work, but that seems like a tragic waste of that much log there. 6x8s, which are our floor joists, we would need quite a few in the 11 1/4, 11 1/2 range. So that's cutting it close, but they're 6x8s. So if I could get an 8x12, I could cut 2 6x8s. It's very deceiving because the butt of this log is so big. But down here, I'm only gonna be able to deal with, well, we might be at 14, almost 15-inch diameter. So it would be very close. Then down here, this one was 16 feet, a little bit under. 8x10, might be pushing it. The other end of that log doesn't look super big. 6x8s for sure. 8x8s, pretty sure. So this log has about a 13-inch diameter. So there's definitely an 8x10 in there. So far, I have a very poor method for doing this. What I'm trying to do is center the center of this log with the center of the butt. And I need to do some testing with this, but I'm going to actually draw out the largest possible timber that I can get out of this log on the skinny end. And then I'm going to double check that where my cut will be on the top here and where the cut will be on the top there are exactly in the same spot. And there's a lot of reasons for that. I'm trying not to make this video too complicated, but basically you don't want to saw through these logs at an angle like this because you sever the grain when you do that. You want to saw in line with the grain. It creates a much stronger piece. By raising this off the bed, I'm centering the log here, so that when I cut, I'm cutting right down the middle of the log. And I'm gonna get some weird boards on the side, and that's just fine. All right, I'm just revisiting my notes here because I kind of forgot already what I was trying to get. And I think we're trying to get an 8x12 out of this so that we can produce 2 floor joists that are somewhere in maybe the low 11-foot range or even 11 1/3, something like that. So, 8x12, there's certainly the height. The overall height is a little over 15 inches. So the question is, at 8 inches, can we get something that's 12 inches tall? So here's 8 inches, but let's be a little conservative. And I'm being extremely rudimentary with this, so I'm gonna go to like 8.5, somewhere in there. And somewhere in there. Can we get something that's 12 inches tall? So there's 12 inches. I'll have to say that it will be very close. And you can see how much of this log that we're gonna lose in the process. But maybe we can make something useful out of that, I'm not sure. It's good to remember that this is the skinny side of the log. By the time we get down here, those pieces, you know, if we're cutting here, you know, this might be 2.5 inches maybe here, but by the time we get down there it could be over 4 inches or even more. So there may be some 4x6s in the butts of this tree that we can use to make braces out of. And I think that's our theory with this, is that we're not going to dedicate a tree to braces, only attempt to use leftover material and then cut our brace material out of that. I have a hunch that between all of this, we're gonna get a bunch of lumber and a bunch of brace material. According to the cant size calculator on Forestry Forum, the minimum log diameter to get an 8x12 is 14.4 inches, and we had 15. So I think if I'm good at what I'm doing here, we'll easily get our 8x12. This is the first chance I'll have to kind of check my calibration. So this rail is the high rail. And what I'm trying to figure out is if it's higher, even by the tiniest of margins, than these rails. And I don't, man, there is a gap under there. But like I said, it's extremely small. So I may move this cant down a little ways so that it has the potential to rock. I'm just kind of paranoid. Well, I guess we're still okay to do it because I've got enough thickness in this that if it makes a boo-boo, I can still correct it. But if I start getting down to my thickness, I'm not going to mess around. It's just too valuable. It's too much time invested to waste it. So this is where we stand. These pencil marks are my ideal timber, and this is actually a little bit generous. So I think my marks are at 9 inches. So if I have to, I can come in a ½ inch. I'm just gonna say it's gonna be really close to get an 8x12 out of this guy. You can kind of see the timber taking shape here. It's very narrow on this end, but as we go this direction, it gets much larger. So in here is where there's a small chance we can get some 4x6 material. It won't be much, but it could be, you know, 5-6 feet, I don't know. So it's kind of disappointing. So after I got the bark all removed, there's definitely a 4x6 in there, but it's not going to be very long. Maybe about 24 inches or so, which just isn't long enough for a brace. I might cut that down into like 1.5 inch lumber. I don't know. Maybe I'll just pull it off the mill for right now and deal with it later. I'm still trying to achieve the calibration test. As you can see, it's not exactly a small matter. If nothing else, this is shaping up to be an absolutely beautiful set of floor joists. So here's where we're at. Here's our 8 dimension and our 12 dimension. Is actually over 8 inches here, so if we need to come down a little extra, we can. Well, I have good news and bad news. The good news is that end to end, this beam is exactly the same thickness. At this point, it doesn't appear that that bed rail down there is compromising this area of the mill. I haven't obviously tried the other side yet. The bad news is it doesn't look like we're gonna get an 8x12 out of this. This wane right here, this was a really kind of a dip in the log, but it was on the top. It was shaped like this. So I was measuring over here and over here, but there was an ever so slight crotch. And I can still reduce the width of this because I'm at 9.5 inches, but the narrowest part of this right here is only about 7 inches. So unless I wanted to have wane on one side, I won't be able to get 2 floor joists out of this. So I'm going to look back at my list and see if there's anything like in the 10 by 10 or 8 by 10 range, because this would make an absolutely perfect 8 by 10. So in reviewing my cut list, the only 8 by 10s that we have are 13 feet and 25 feet. This one's not long enough. So I've concluded that I'm gonna go ahead and cut this down to 8 inches. And then I think I'm gonna go ahead and cut it into 6 by 8s. My thinking is that there's wane on one edge. And if I can get 3 sides of that floor joist to have 0 wane, I'm pretty sure it'll be okay if there's a tiny bit of wane on one side of that joist. 8 inches.
And a snivel over to plane, right?
By 6 inches. First couple of floor joists. So this part of this log is sneaky. So it's got a huge gap right here, probably 1.5 inch gap. And down there, probably 2/3 of the way is where it's resting. And on the other end, there's probably 1 inch gap. So even though it looks fairly straight, this tree has another little bend in it at about 2/3. And so what I'm wondering is whether or not I can get, you know, a full dimension timber out of it. So there's probably a pretty solid 8 by 8 in here. And let's see when we transfer that line to the other side where it actually ends up. 8 by 8s, we need 12 footers, 10 footers, and 12 footers. And then we need some 19 footers. We'll probably try to yield some 12 footers because it's just shy of 16 feet. And then that'll leave us enough for knee braces. Looks like we need 4 foot and 5 foot material for knee braces. Someone hasn't been sawmilling all day.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
Well, that's one of our posts.
Is it really?
And as typical, end up with just a ridiculous amount of lumber. It's really frustrating because I thought for a second I'd get an 8 by 10 out of that darn tree. But it had the weirdest little dip in it like that. And so on the ends, I could have got an 8 by 12. But out in the middle, it was 8 inches. So I ended up cutting all this 2 by lumber because there's also not enough wood to make 4 by. So I guess we're gonna, when we get all done with this, we'll stick build a house.
Nice work, Liv.
Hey, this turned out really good. And I have to say that setting up the mill with the laser,
good.
Oh
Really?
my gosh, what a time savings.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh no. Apparently the president wants to talk to me.
Again?
Keeps calling me. Should grab the broom really quick and just give that a light sweep so we can reveal the gorgeousness. I also have to say, my purpose in making this whole video was to try to figure out whether or not our bed sections were in fact miscalibrated.
And you don't know.
I can't tell because I can't mill that far.
Yep.
I haven't milled a log yet that's straight and that's 27 feet long.
Is
so
that I don't know if we'll have a 27 foot longer. So.
we will, because we have rafters to cut and they're 25.5 feet minimum. So we have to cut a 27-foot log. That's every inch of bed section that we have. The good news is, for now, I'm happily cutting, 20 feet. No problem. All right, we're gonna wrap this video up because Alyssa tells me that she made some Pinterest food.
I made something different.
She made something from Pinterest.
I made Tex-Mex.
Look at this. Isn't that gorgeous? I 100% guarantee you, as soon as you plane this wood,
Oh my
it's
gosh,
just gonna be redonk. So we have a new to us 12-inch wide beam planer coming.
We searched nationwide Craigslist and there was one of them. In what state?
Was it Ohio?
I don't know.
Oh, Iowa? Ohio? Former timber framer.
Yeah.
Former retired timber framer was letting go of all his tools and he had all the gadgets that we needed. So we've got our beam planer on the way. So Alyssa is going to get flat sick of planing lumber. So today's yield, we can check 2 or 3 things off the list.
Yeah, that's good. That's
2 floor joists and 1 post. The bad news is the timber frame workshop is in 3.5 weeks.
gosh, I'm so like
I
I feel nauseous when I think about it.
There are 85 members in our frame that are not braces. If you do the math,
We gotta
that's
hustle.
an average of 5 pieces a day, which means 3 ain't gonna cut it.
No.
But 3 is a good start because
I'm hoping well, we have to be fine one way or another, but I'm
Yeah.
hoping between the two of us, this can literally be running around the clock.
today was actually very productive because my goal was not to make timbers. My goal was to diagnose the sawmill. And the good news is we don't have to wait for bed sections. We can start
Yep.
sawmilling tomorrow morning.
Heck
And
yes.
that's a huge
So
big deal.
exciting.
But I will say that big fatty right there on the bottom, that big fat guy, look at that.
The fatty fat.
That thing's fat. It's fat and straight. That guy, I 100% guarantee you, is probably going to become a very long piece of timber, probably 23 to 25 foot. So that will be our chance to really give the bed sections a workout.
But I'm kind of afraid to test it,
Yeah. We got to wrap this video up though.
Yep.
I've been drumming on about wood and sawdust. Wait, I forgot. Someone told us that we should name this video Man Glitter. So I'm going to ask Alyssa to hopefully put Man Glitter in the title.
I will.
All right, we're off to dinner. Thanks for coming out and
Yep.
touching our woods.
What we're doing today, we're basically ready to start milling our little hearts out. However, it's not that simple. We're gonna start getting lots of large timbers and storing them for the next 3 weeks until the workshop is extremely critical. Also, we really don't wanna move them more than once or twice. So we're really trying to plan ahead and thinking about not only where we want to set them, but our goal is to have tents set up all over the property, probably 2 to 3 20 by 40 tents where we can lay all these timbers out, similar to what was done at the Shelter Institute, because we don't know what the weather's going to be like at the end of October, and we really want to make sure everyone that's coming to the workshop has a comfortable place to work. We have no idea if it's going to be raining or not, so we really think that's wise. That said, there's a lot of cleanup that needs to be done on the property for that to happen. This morning we had to get a couple of milled timbers off of the sawmill. We also have a bunch of scrap stuff on there that Jesse's gonna go ahead and turn into dimensional lumber, and we decided we're probably gonna store all that in the garage until the workshop. very exciting. If you want, I can help you get this on and then go to the hardware store.
That'd be great, yeah. Unfortunately, I do appreciate help out here on this type of stuff because, yeah.
I don't have to go to the hardware store.
Extra set of hands. I don't have to get on off the backhoe 1,000 times.
Yep.
So, especially when there's a log in the air.
Yep.
Never excites me.
We bought shackles yesterday. A big butt right there. How is it going? Not that I could hear your response anyways. By the looks, you've done a lot of planning and measuring.
I've literally spent 45 minutes trying to turn this log.
Really?
From here to here.
And the arrow was painted to see how far you've moved. Well, I had terrible luck at the hardware store. I needed 40 pieces of conduit and I came back with 7. I needed like 5, 6 sweeping elbows. I came back with 4.
It's about par for the course. I think with this beam, when I'm all done cutting it, could be worth, I don't even know, $700, $800.
Kind of piggybacking on what I was sharing earlier about preparing for the workshop, do you believe every log will be like this, or so far do you think this is a learning curve issue? I mean, I wasn't gone for that long.
There's a lot of learning here. Like I can't even move it. I can't even move this log.
Yep.
And every time I try to move it with the backhoe, it wants to move the sawmill.
Exactly. Yep.
So I literally have to lift it and turn it at the same time. So
I do think 2 people will be easier with that.
I have to grab it over here with the grapple and lift, and so while I do that, it turns the log. Like, I don't know, I'm doing a test to see if I can get a monster out of this.
Mm-hmm.
Like an 8x12 or maybe even an 8x15, just because I want to challenge myself to get the biggest stinking beam I can. That way when I look at those logs and I look at this log, I can tell you, like, is it gonna happen or not, you know? And I think for something that valuable, how could you not take a couple of hours to get the log rotated, you know?
Well, it's an exercise in figuring out exactly how much you can get out of a log.
Well, what's frustrating is this log has 2 flat sides. It's really straight right through here and through there. Mm-hmm. But it's got a big bow in the butt right here and a big bow in the butt right here. So I'm trying to cut this bow off and this bow off, and then I'll have a pretty straight log.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that could be a ridge beam or a top plate, which are some of the hardest timbers to get. So it's slow. I might not even get this cut tonight. I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'd rather cut the hardest beams first. That way we're kind of in the clear and we can kind of just take it easy and you know, speed it up. I don't know. This morning started off really chilly, and it's been a good morning so far. Last night I started working on this log and I challenged myself to get an 8x12, 25 feet long out of this guy, and I'm well on my way. I will say I probably have had to overthink this a little bit, but it seems like it's always by the narrowest of margins. Of course, a little bit of wane, probably not going to hurt anybody, but this log is so heavy that I can't even rotate it by myself. Alyssa has to come out, and barely between the 2 of us do we have enough strength. Today our goal is to try to even make a noticeable dent in this log pile. But I have to say that I think in our whole frame, I think there's like 10 pieces like this. Worth mentioning, all of this lumber, I'm actually not trying to create lumber. This is a byproduct of creating these beams, and this wood is absolutely stunning. So today is going to be a sawmill day. I think the biggest lesson I can share already this morning is that our logger said, #1 tip, don't get in a hurry. And I totally understand what he means, but I think the reality of it is a little bit different. I think if I were to get in a little bit bigger hurry, this could go from an 8x12 to an 8x10 in a hurry. I have a lot to learn today about adjusting the log to make the proper cut that you want through, and then of course knowing how much to take off of one side before you rotate it, and then take some off and then rotate it, and take some off and rotate it. If you take a bunch of stuff off this side right now, you're effectively reducing the width of this lumber. So if I can, I'm better taking off the biggest pieces I can off the top of this, and then reducing this side this way. That way I've got some of the nicest lumber I can get. The other problem I've already run into today is that this is so clear that when I mill this, I'm getting a 28-foot piece of lumber, and I'm just not strong enough to move a 28-foot long 2x14 or an 1.5 by 14 slab that is green. So I'm having to make strategic plans to trim these down to usable lengths and movable lengths. Something I learned pretty quickly when we were dealing with the phantom sawmill cutting weird issue. That little bit of sawdust right there. Oh, that's frustrating. Apparently the sound of my voice made that timber fall over. This little bit of sawdust right here is enough to ruin your accuracy. So when you're rotating the timber, you need to clean all that sawdust off the top, because otherwise when you roll it over, it accumulates, and then your timber does that all the way down your sawmill. I think this is going to become our ridge beam. Excuse me, part of our ridge beam. We actually have a scarf joint because we cannot mill a 36-foot beam. Well, I just spent probably the better part of an hour calibrating again. This end of the beam down here had probably on the conservative side a 1/4 of an inch gap underneath of it. And so, well, I know it was a 1/4 of an inch because what's happening is kind of what was happening before, except it's a little different shape, but we're getting untrue timbers. So it's 13 inches thick on this end and 13 1/4 on that end. So I think there's your 1/4 inch, which is not good. That's not acceptable, I don't think. So I spent quite a bit more time going through, and I think what's frustrating is I'm using the 4-foot level, and you just can't tell in 4 feet if you're off by a 32nd or not. So I used the cut from this beam to try to true up the sawmill, and in the end I had a high spot in the middle. That's what was causing it, and it was maybe an 1/8 of an inch, which is creating this cantilever. I think the challenge with this sawmill for us is going to be that these logs are big. We don't really have a way to be super delicate, so we're jostling the sawmill all the time. And I know that for precision in 28 feet, you're gonna have to spend some time. I think we had mentioned in our post video that a couple of our bed sections appeared to be miscalibrated, and at this point I don't know. I'm still trying to figure that out, because we're cutting this one beam here is actually sitting on one of the bed sections that we thought was off, and so I'm not sure. We're gonna keep working with it, but I think I have to say that either way, you know, Wood-Miser's support has been awesome. They offered to ship out 2 bed sections immediately to make sure that we're taken care of. I mean, at this point, we'd rather buy a couple of bed sections if we have to get this timber frame cut. It's more important, and we'll figure out to do it the bed sections later. Anyway, so we're gonna give this a shot, and we're 1 cut away from our first 8x12.
Good. Need to anchor seal these today.
Yeah.
Log has all sorts of crazy things going on with it. I don't know if you can see, it's kind of like snaking, and the butt comes up like crazy. So we're thinking we might just take the chainsaw and cut this sucker in half.
Yeah, I think if we do really good, it's got really good wood in it. But we might be able to get like two, let's see. So there's 10 foot. So we're only gonna lose maybe about 4 feet on the end, maybe. You know what's really good news about that? 5
Braces?
feet. Braces.
Can I interrupt you for a minute? We had some visitors stop by, and Kelsey brought us fresh pressed apple juice, or cider, technically,
Nice.
and homemade caramel sauce,
Oh yeah.
which is amazing. And this is the recipe from her blog.
See,
And-
Kelsey knows that if you don't eat, you get hangry.
Oh, I know. This is like
get
the best
grumpy.
thing she could have brought us.
It's like the 5th time we've mentioned that in a video.
I know.
Kelsey hasn't caught on yet.
Okay, so be careful. It's a little warm, but it's amazing.
What's our bounty?
We're looking pretty good. I'm happy. I feel like I was worried about how today would turn out, but I think, are you happy? I'm pretty happy.
Yeah. So we got one 11 or 12 foot piece of brace stock, so we can make 2 5-foot braces out of that. And then we got 2 8x8 posts. Both of those will be short posts. So we're kind of chewing up our short posts pretty quick. Well, not really. We need a bunch in the 11 range, and one of those will be 11 range, and then this one will be a 10 footer. That one back there will also be in the 11 range. So
That's
Our
Instagram worthy, do you think?
timber pile's growing. Probably the biggest trophy yet
Can I
is
take
the
the
8 by 12. Yep. I'm pretty sure to get a timber frame, we're gonna have to be to like here, like semi-truck load. So we got a long way to go.
Man, look at the sky we have tonight. So beautiful. Hardly time to enjoy it though. I don't know if you've shared this yet, but as we go, we're trying to check off what we've done.
Yeah.
As far as our cut list goes.
I doubt this is visible, but I went through and I created a list of every dimension and every piece, and I gave it alphanumeric number. So as I go, I'm marking the end of each piece with its alphanumeric code, and then I'm bolding whatever that piece is. Because I feel like you can't just say we need 13 of these.
Well, no, it's not that simple.
I can't cut 13 of anything. I've got to cut one of these, one of those, one of these,
right,
one of those,
you have to work through your log pile in
yeah.
a way that makes sense, and you have to get the most out of each lumber. So what's hard is you can't just cut all your posts and then all your floor joists. You have to like, jump around.
I'm hoping that this will kind of become 8 by 8s, and this will become floor joist, and this will become like tie beams and
it's good to have a plan
stuff.
so that the plan can change.
Right.
But for the plan to change, you have to have a plan.
No, true. That's why plans change, because you plan. If you don't have a plan, there's nothing to change, right? So I say we get a log on the mill.
Yeah.
And then see where we're at. We're gonna lose daylight.
Yeah,
in
we are.
20 minutes.
Yep.
I think today was pretty productive. That 8 by 12 was a big success. Made me feel really good. I'm pretty sure we can ask Ethan, but I'm pretty sure that's the hardest one to cut, because it's 25 feet and it's 8 by 12. So I'm hoping I'm hoping we got the big daddy out of the way first.
I'll tag Shelter in the Instagram post.
Yeah, it was kind of fun today because we had some friends come by that had some kids, and we got to mill with them a little bit. It's hard because we're trying to focus on, like, it was one thing when we were just milling trees for fun, but it's another thing when you have to hit like certain measurements, and we know from the timber frame workshop, if these timbers aren't reasonably square, how much of a nightmare it's going to be during the workshop. So we're trying really hard to make sure they're dimension and they're square and straight. And it takes a lot of focus, because I feel like this the littlest thing, like a little of sawdust can ruin an entire 8 by 12 beam. That's really how much focus it takes.
On that note,
Mexican? Oh, log.
I wouldn't be shocked if it fell. What's the booty on that thing?
This is 31 inches.
Dang.
We can't even, I don't think we can even cut that wide. I think our maximum cut's 28 inches.
Really?
But what'll happen is we'll just
Freaking
cut
huge.
a little off here, cut a little off there, and get it down to 28. But we're not even gonna be able to lift this log complete as a whole log. That was right at max for the backhoe.
We gave our sawmill a good yoink, so
The entire
I don't know.
Sawmill
I don't
in one
know.
yank.
I'd love to know if you need to be this anal with
Well, I think
calibration all the time, or I guess in theory you have a nice level concrete pad that you're working on.
if we have to,
Pour a concrete pad.
we'll throw some forms up and we'll pour a pad, because, you know, if we have to do this every single time, it'll save us 5 days by pouring a pad. Yeah, I mean, it's every log. Like, you can get it on there, but you got to be able to move it a little bit, and the whole sawmill just goes flying. In fact, I think it might even almost be off.
Oh wow, yeah, it is. We have like air under all of those legs.
Yeah, she slid pretty close to the edge.
That's pretty bad.
That would be bad for Biz.
This would be very bad. Grr.
She's still on there though. This log, man, how are we not gonna get a monster out of this?
Yeah,
Look at this.
Freaking huge. It's really hard to tell on camera.
It's straight and it's huge. What's the booty on this guy? It's 20 inches. It's a 20-inch diameter there.
So it looks a lot brighter on camera than it does out here. We're gonna wrap up for the evening. There's only enough daylight left to put our tools away. And then we'll hit it in the morning. And start getting through all of these. No pressure.
We're slowly getting the bugs worked out, but I wouldn't say we've got the bugs worked out. I feel like the grapple was worth every penny.
Oh yeah.
I feel like rotating, like on the big long ones, So we still got to come up with a system. Maybe it's just a two-man job and we got to rotate logs. So probably like everything, about the time we get done making this timber frame, we'll start getting good enough. Oh yeah, somebody's gonna mill up all that lumber over there too. It's just getting to be a wobbly stack of death. It's an absolutely beautiful fall morning. Hopefully we'll get a chance to share some of the fall color as it starts to change. I bet today, the last 3 days are really gonna kick it into high gear. Look at the amount of frost on these timbers. Look at that, one morning. That frost is so thick. Oh man, no pressure. So last evening we threw a log up on the sawmill, and we're getting better at putting logs on the mill, but not great at it. And everything's frozen. Everything's frozen over here. Gosh, probably have to warm the backhoe up, warm the sawmill up. At least the sun's out, I guess. I can't believe I'm saying that after the summer that we've had. So we threw a log up on the sawmill and this happened. So the challenge that we have is that the logs are kind of over here. So when we lift them, all I can do is bring them closer to me and set them down. But then I have to move it down the mill to get it on the mill. You can see the butts are over there. I want the butt right here. This sawmill is so light compared to the logs. That's where the leg was. All I was trying to do was lift and gently move the log that way, and the whole stinking sawmill moved. What I'm hoping is that by some miracle this morning with the backhoe, I can try to pull this sawmill back where it was. The good news is you can still see where the feet were. It's not, I guess the biggest issue is that we've already spent a tremendous amount of time calibrating this mill, and if it moves every time we put a log on it, now we've got problems. There's a problem I didn't see having. The blade lubricant was actually frozen. The lubricant in the lines wasn't frozen necessarily. Maybe because the sun's already warmed that up. So you guys out there that sawmill in the winter, how do you keep your lubricant thawed? I'm thinking probably a little bit of alcohol. I just don't know if it's a good idea to run that through the Wood-Mizer. So I'll probably ask my good friend Rob over at Wood-Mizer, see what he thinks. But if you guys have a tip, and antifreeze isn't the solution. I don't want antifreeze all over my wood, so don't suggest that. So there's probably 45 minutes of our morning just adjusting this, and it's actually gonna need to be recalibrated. We've got some loose legs. And I think the moral of this story is probably two things. One, if you're gonna set up a mill permanently, it really is important to have a good foundation and probably pour a piece of concrete. I guess that's my opinion. In this situation, this mill, in theory, is only here temporarily for two reasons. One, our septic system runs along the foot of this hill, and we don't really want the mill here. It's really only here to get the timber frame milled up, and then this mill is actually going to go on a trailer and become a portable mill. But that said, when you're working with such high precision pieces like beams, you know, having these trailer pads, it's really just, I don't know. I feel like maybe we should have done the slab thing, I guess is what I'm saying. The other moral of the story is don't move the mill. So if you can't move the log without sliding it, move the backhoe, whatever you got to do to lift it, move it, and put it in place, because this mill weighs nothing in comparison with these logs. And since our pads, every single leg is different because we've got these wonky pads sitting down here, even though they're level, it's just an absolute headache. So hopefully we'll get a system down that we don't move the mill and keeps everything in calibration. This morning I'm working on a super straight log, and I'm still trying to tackle the most difficult pieces. In giving this one a quick look, so this log, I'm pretty confident will have an 8x12 in it. If there's not, I was hoping there might be an 8x15, but that's probably pushing it. Here's 8 inches. I think that's pushing it. But there might be down that way, you know, because the log's gonna get, this is the skinny end. We only need a 20, I think we need 21 foot. So if I come down here 7 feet, there might be an 8x15 in there. I'm not really sure how to figure that out. I guess I really haven't come up with a method to figure out, you know, in the middle of a log, what is available. Man, it seems like a tragedy to cut this only to find out there's not a beam in there. All right, I'm gonna try something. It's probably not the typical way to do this, but I'm going to just get flat sides on this so that I can, 1, calibrate the mill, and 2, try to get a better idea about what's actually inside this log as far as dimensions. And if I cut an 8-inch side on the top and an 8-inch side on this side, I think that will, and by that I mean like an 8-inch face on each side, that will probably give me a very accurate idea. You know, I can measure off of those square sides and start to determine what's actually in the log vertically and laterally. Well, I was hoping to time lapse through this entire log, and I'm working really hard to maximize this thing. I think I'm gonna get floor joists, a post, and brace material. But I just broke our very first blade. I don't even know what caused it to break. I'm not quite sure yet, so I'm gonna do some diagnostics and see if I can figure it out. Looks like it's in there pretty good. Humdinger. Can't tell. Looks like it just snapped off. Well, unfortunately, when the blade broke, we also got a couple of munches in our drive belts. And I just talked to Wood-Mizer, and apparently I misunderstood. So apparently the blades need to be sharpened every 2 hours. I don't know where I got 20 hours from. What a difference a 0 makes, right? So what happens is after 2 hours, when the blade starts to dull a little bit, it starts to stress the gullet, which is right at the bottom of the tooth where it meets the band. And if it starts to get hot, which I don't know that was happening, but it stresses the blade too much with a bandsaw, and you'll get a crack in that gullet, and that's when the band breaks. So we have 15 blades, and so we probably should have changed our blade like 3 times by now, or 4 times, and we didn't change it at all. So I learned something today about our Wood-Mizer, and hopefully we'll stay on top of this stuff. There's a tremendous amount of little maintenance things that need to be done, and hopefully I can keep on top of that stuff with the checklist they've provided. Double checking tensions and rotating belts and doing a lot of stuff to make sure this thing cuts good. The good news is they're going to overnight some belts for us, and so tomorrow hopefully we'll get those and we should be up and running. I talked to Brett there at Wood-Mizer, and he said it was okay to try these belts out. He didn't think they'd be a problem. So they still got a lot of cords and things left in them. They just got little munches on the face. So we'll try that out, and hopefully we can get some production done today, and then we'll be back up and running tomorrow with fresh everything. Well, it definitely cuts, so that's a good sign. Lost a little bit of rubber on it there, trying to not make the first cut, but we're gonna try it. I hope it's a good decision. I just have to share this piece of wood before I cut it. Look at this thing. 8x16 on this end. Can't quite get an 8x15 out of it that's worth using for a tie beam. 2 reasons. 1, I don't like that big knot, and I totally could be dreaming, but this wane down here is what's going to get me. So I'm going to cut this into an 8x14, and then I'm going to cut a 6x8 out of the top, and that'll leave me an 8x8 in the bottom, and that'll give us one of our long posts and 2 floor joists. And then I also got these 3 slabs, which will be turning into brace material. They'll be 4 by 6. This one log is yielding a tremendous amount. It was a monster anyway, but I just had to share this before I cut it.
Uh-oh, anchor seal's feeling a little too light for my liking. Jesse thinks the rag is in here. Haha. That's the one. The dark ends have already been anchor sealed, so we don't need to worry about that. And then the light ends, we need to get some anchor seal on pronto. Some would argue that iPhones are just a terrible, terrible thing that's rotting our brain, and I would argue that they're quite useful, because if it weren't for that iPhone photo I took last night, I might not remember what was written on this log. Four at a time? Nice. Wow, it's so pretty. Okay. You can come like the other inch if you want.
Let's see, I guess it doesn't really matter.
8. That's our 20th floor joist?
No.
Okay.
So I'm kind of going after like the hard stuff first. Okay. So these floor joists are some of the longest. We need one 14-footer.
Yep.
But these are all 12s, and so I'm just going to keep working my way down the list. So that's why I'm using a alphanumeric number, so you don't get confused. It doesn't mean there's 21 of them.
Oh, I know that. That's the 20th.
Yeah, and then this post over here is, and then this is a floor joist, but it's a real shorty. We need 4 8-footers. So this is FJ31. FJ31, you're done, buddy. We need 3 more of those. Is a long post. We only need 4 of them, but I'm gonna make this the longest one because it's 20 feet.
Because we got it.
Because we got it. So I'm gonna make this L, P, and it's number 4.
theory, as the logs get smaller, they get easier to flip. Ready?
Yep.
Go. Oh, God. I don't know.
Do you?
I'm just holding it here.
Okay.
But I can't lift up anymore. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
2, 3.
Go.
Hey, easy.
Oh, sorry.
Top heavy. Push harder, it'll flare out.
We find that the larger logs like this, it's harder to make square cuts because once it gets really tall, it's not being supported by the braces anymore. So it's, I don't know. Yeah, it's just challenging to get a square cut. So once you get 3 square sides, it's much easier. You can just shave off what you need. So where do you want shims?
Okay. Hold on. Okay,
Do you want more?
that's it.
Okay.
Let's try that.
Do we need to do the other side? Or are we good?
Let's do the other side and see what happens here.
Okay.
This is still, it's closer, but it's still not good. Really? Gosh. Let me know when you're ready.
I've been pushing.
Oh, okay.
More? Are you happy?
Now this one's saying it's over just a little bit.
Okay. I can pull it out of here.
So it's okay. Let me kind of just
Okay.
push on it.
How's that?
You did?
I did, but do you want more?
That's pretty good.
Even the little pieces are heavy. Oh, that's way better.
That's good. Look at that.
Wow.
Right.
Muy perfecto. Do you think that's my cover crop? It probably likes the sawdust. No, I think that's weed. Maybe I should go on your side.
Come over here.
Yeah, I think that'll be better.
Mark your toes.
Gentle, they said. We're having our same problem with almost, not every beam, but most beams.
Well, I would say every beam because
Every beam.
unfortunately, so we talked to Woodmiser and they said if you put these mills on concrete, they're gonna move. Well, ours is on concrete.
I don't know if we should have put it on this,
Well,
you know?
It's not too late. We can take it off and stick it in the dirt. You know, I thought leveling it on the concrete
Pads
would
be easier, but
turns out maybe not because it just moves, you know?
yep.
I don't know.
But basically, I think it's safe to say that it's not the bed that's messed up.
We're definitely coming to that conclusion that basically if this thing gets moved at all, plan on having to recalibrate it because it just doesn't take hardly anything.
And to be fair, if you had a level concrete pad that moves, not a big deal. But our pads, believe it or not, these started out all level to one another. We did it with a laser level, but now they're all sorts of messed up. Each one's like a different height. They're all rotating different ways. So when it gets shifted half an inch, yes, it matters.
Well, it wouldn't matter if you were just cutting lumber. Like, your lumber probably wouldn't hardly be off in 10 feet. I mean, you wouldn't even notice it. It'd be off by less than a 16th. But we're cutting beams that are 28 feet long. You know, if you're off by even a tiny, tiny, tiny bit, it shows. Like, this one's pretty close. You know, it's within, what, less than...
It's an eighth.
Yeah, it's an eighth.
We have an eighth difference.
Yeah.
But
We're not trying to get perfect. We're just trying not to be off by a mile.
yep. So Jesse's solution that he's found is
See, this is not even sitting on anything.
really.
So that's okay. That's what
So
we're trying to find.
there's a gap at that end, so we're gonna jack this up a little bit, and then we're gonna lower the legs. Actually, I guess raise the bed.
need
Okay,
to go
so
on the other
you're
side.
just making these tight then. We're not jacking the beam up.
Higher.
Alyssa misspoke.
It's like the far one's loose too.
Yes.
Okay.
We got the beds level-ish again, which means we're good until next log. we need Anna, because left-handed people don't make a shadow right now.
Nice. Another brisk morning. We're up and running. So hopefully, I don't know if our sawmill parts will be here or not today. I'm really hoping they are. So this big guy we top cut off of the log last night and set him to the side. We're gonna make our 14-foot floor joist out of this guy. So we'll cut that right out of the middle. We'll end up with a bunch more firewood. Yay! Trying to do some cleanup this morning. I've got this brace stock down here. That piece that I just moved, honestly, firewood. It just has too much weight in it. The problem is we're getting this monster pile of lumber. I mean, you can see this piece. It's pretty much just round cut. There might be a 2x something in there, but I don't know. It just ends up becoming time consuming. I might throw it on the mill and take one board out of it. Just seems like a tragedy to waste wood, but I think when you realize we have 12 more logs in the deck, we've only milled 4 so far, and we're supposed to get 2 more loads just like that one. We've got all that material to get through. You realize that this stuff unfortunately just becomes a casualty of production. So try to get a floor joist out of this one, tidy up this stuff down here, and then we'll start on that monster log right there. And I can already tell probably gonna have to cut that log in half about there, work on this piece, and then work on that piece because it's got a big bow in it. Like, yay. These colder mornings, which are a sudden change from the hot, ridiculously hot weather, we've been having to warm everything up. So I've been warming up the sawmill, warming up the chainsaw, warming up the backhoe. Backhoe started this morning just fine. I think just because it's not, I think it's 10 degrees warmer this morning than it was yesterday. So yesterday we milled up 6 pieces. That means we have 12 pieces complete. And our timber frame is 85 pieces, not including braces. It means we have 73 pieces to go. And I spent some time kind of staring at the log deck. A few videos back I said, gosh, I think it'd be a really good idea just kind of sit here and measure and spend some time with these logs. My opinion hasn't changed a lot, but I feel like you really can't do that in the deck. I did spend some kind of time looking at them and saying, okay, that I think I can get that out of this, I can get this out of, but I didn't make a really big notebook and go through and number all these logs. One thing I can share today is that when you have a log with a lot of taper, it's not worth fussing over that log for more than maybe 15 minutes trying to get the maximum out of them, trying to find one that's like brutally obvious. Like this is actually a pretty good example. The butt on this tree is probably over 24 inches across, but by the time it gets to the other end, it's under 14. So you're losing 10 inches of tree in this log. So there's no point in trying to get an 8x15 or even an 8x12 out of this tree. It's probably going to be an 8x8 or maybe even a 6x12. Yeah, 6x12 probably not, because it's got such a big wow in the butt right here that the only usable part of this tree at full length is like right here. So you can see we're gonna lose 8 or 10 inches of the butt on this thing. You're looking for logs like this one has much less taper. It's not that it's big on this end, it's that it doesn't narrow down so much. So the butt on that end is still pretty good size, but the taper on it is much less. So we could hope to get maybe an 8x10 out of this. When you get to a really straight tree, I guess I'm saying that the most ideal tree is a straight tree with very little taper. Something else that's become stupid obvious over the last couple of days, we're finally getting some production tricks going on here. And I know a lot of people said, hey, you'll probably wish you had the hydraulic mill. And I will definitely say that the LT15 is fantastic. good mill. We're slowly learning how to get the precision that we want. And I think it goes without saying that if you want precision, you got to put in the time to get precision, especially out here in this kind of wobbly, rocky, concrete, log tossing world. That said, I think a lot of people said, well, you're going to probably want the hydraulic model and all this and that. So I can't completely disagree. I think I can definitely see the benefits of the hydraulic log rollers, you know, the hydraulic lifter, all this stuff, because without the backhoe, we'd be done. There's no way we're going to lift those logs or roll them or any other variation of transportation. We can't even hardly, once they're milled, flip them on the sawmill. So if you're in the market for a sawmill, definitely give some thought to about what you're going to use it for. Not that the LT15 is bad, but I think you have to really think if you're going to try to use physical labor. Like if I was working by myself only and Felissa could never come help me, I think that would be a huge factor. So I can't really see a one-man LT15 operation unless you're just brutally strong.
Pretty happy?
Looking pretty good. Just a bunch more brace stock, but it's nice that that's kind of like a byproduct of making the monsters. Time for another tree. Should have like a horn or something that we blow every time a tree goes on the mill. Like,
we can arrange that.
like a big ship.
How about like a cowbell? Like the last lap of a race?
Yeah, that could be fun. Something dramatic. The whole valley can hear. That way they know every time a log goes up.
Yep.
And we can hear like, hooray!
We could do like the cannon, like in the Hunger Games.
Oh yeah, there you go.
All set up again. Wow, this thing's like bigger than my torso. Okay. Okay.
So I think I'm gonna try something different, except I'm smothered in PP&E. For all you safety Sallies out there, you'd be hella proud. Practically can't move or breathe, but boy am I safe. My God, I can't get hurt now. Not like we're moving around 3,000 pound logs. Anyway, if you can still hear me, I mapped out 2 different 12 by 16s. Basically, I mapped out the bottom most extreme 16 and the top most extreme 16. And of course, somewhere in there, there's also a couple of 16s. So I'm gonna kind of be aggressive here and cut pretty much the top of this tree off. And I don't really want to cut inside any of these outermost lines, because that really represents, you know, the best possible timber, except for on the far side over there, the tree's got a big gully in it. So that's why I mapped out this one on the right, because I'm pretty confident this side looks good. So I may have to move my timber to the right. Let's see what happens.
We're gonna put these in the house to plane them because our planer arrived today. Whoa. Need to set some sawhorses up. I think maybe bring the sawhorses up there down at your head.
Hey.
Granny throw. Are you trying to catch it?
Yep. Oh, I got it.
Sorry, camera.
Turns out they needed to watch out.
I know, right? I knew it was gonna fly off my head the second I jumped.
I don't know why you gave me the magic part.
And this camera already has one crack in it. I think it's in your upper right. Our other Sony is in the Sony hospital right now, and it only costs $100 to repair the lens. So when we get that one back, we're sending you in. We've only had $400 in camera repairs in the past year. That's pretty good in our books.
Ahoy!
Let her down. I don't know what you're doing. Too much is going wrong for you to be in a good mood, that's for sure. Good.
So take that strap and loop it around like twice.
I don't even know.
I wouldn't worry about it. It's a waste of time. Let's just untouch.
Okay, it won't even go around once, I'm pretty sure.
It's worth a quick update. Been running on that slightly injured drive belt, and we've cut 2 full logs since then. And at first I did lose a little bit of rubber because the drive belt on the LT15 is kind of like a double serpentine belt, double V belt. So it's kind of like redundancy maybe, I don't know, maybe they thought of that. And it's been cutting fine. I think I've learned my lesson with sharp blades, keep your blades sharp. And I had Woodmiser send me another box of blades, and I'm thinking that we're just gonna probably switch blades per log. Partly we're not removing the bark, so we're definitely not being easy on the blades. And then we're cutting some pretty thick stuff, you know, so you really want the blade sharp just to reduce stress. Anyway, so
Fortunately, we're still running, and I think Alyssa did tell me that the new blades are in, so we got to go pick those up. Not new blades, new belts, and get those installed. That'll give me a lot more peace of mind.
So my strategy on the last one, I was super aggressive with all this waste. And I can't say with confidence that we couldn't have gotten a little tiny bit more log out of that. I don't know. I do know that production is probably the most important thing at this point. We just don't have the luxury of time. So I've mapped out a couple of 8x15s on here because we need a couple of those, but I forgot there's 17 feet and this is only a 15.5 foot. I'm gonna go after the other half of our ridge beam, which will be a 13-foot 8x12. Since I've got an 8x15 in here, I'm very confident, based on how straight this is, that I'm gonna get an 8x12. This is definitely the most generous 15 here. So I'm gonna go aggressive here, aggressive down here, and try to get this 4-sided quartered and get this 8x15, or excuse me, this 8x12 out of here and get moving on the log pile. Alyssa says that this thing is a baby monitor, and so when I go wah wah, she comes. So I think we should test it out here. Wah wah, wah wah.
Can you say that again? I had the volume turned up.
She didn't even hear me, guys. Wah wah, wah wah.
Ha ha.
Is that how you respond to a crying baby? Oh no.
I bet you're excited to find out.
I need your help, dog. See guys, I told you she'd come. It's Sawmill whipped.
Okay. Whoa. Are we going in the house? Okay. Okay.
This is the other half of our ridge beam.
Your craftsmanship has improved since last night.
My craftsmanship? How?
Just looks neater.
My wrightmanship?
Like, you have like 8th grade writing instead of 1st grader. I think that's the butt end. I'm pretty sure this tree's father mated with the willow tree.
Probably.
Cause I don't know where or like a bamboo tree. We know what happened in China. Do you want the rails up more?
The side support?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it's pretty good. Look at me leveling and wedging that log all by myself. Go, Alyssa. Uh-oh. Should I tell Jesse? Or should I let it get covered up in sawdust? Wanna know what I found on the sawdust?
Yeah. Oh, thanks.
That's all I get. All done for the night. We almost finished, except lo and behold, our beam is getting, what's the term? What's the politically correct term?
Wedge shaped. Size challenge.
Size challenged at
On
the
this
end.
end.
So yes, calibration. I'd say, just moving all these big logs around. So
Oh yeah.
I think we're getting quick at identifying it though. And we find if we both get on our hands and knees and kind of look under, we can often see daylight under parts of the beam. So unfortunately, that's something that we're gonna have to do in the daylight.
What's really strange is that we just cut the other side and rolled
It's
it.
fine.
And it's absolutely dead on. But it's just not enough daylight to
Yeah.
sit here and diagnose it.
I
So
think we've done good. How many beams, or how many members, I guess is the correct term, did
I
we
don't
get today?
know what we
5?
did today. For sure 5. Because I finished a floor joist this morning. We
got
made 3 more floor joists, which took forever. And then we made an 8x12, which was our ridge beam.
So that almost 6.
So this would actually be 6.
So that's pretty good. We had some interruptions, had some errands to do.
According to our math, starting right now, we have 68 pieces left to cut. And if we average 4 pieces a day, we'll be done in time for the workshop. But we had just every day, we seemed like we got something that's an hour or 2 out of the day, that takes a while. Like that 3 floor joists took half a day. Just because I was sitting there trying to make something out of a log that isn't going to happen, and I'm over here trying to make 3/4 lumber. Like this one, how long does this take? An hour? I mean, I could be putting out 7-8 pieces a day, no problem, if I wasn't sitting here trying to get every last square inch out of a log.
The good news is I think we had 20 logs delivered and there's 10 left. So that's pretty good.
There's 10?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So we went through 2 logs today. Well, 1.5.
On that note, catch you guys tomorrow.
What are we doing now? Dinner, ice cream?
Yeah, these are the norm.
The same as every night. All right. Oh, and then we got all this firewood to cut.
Oh yeah, I did a pretty good job cleaning up.
It's going to keep somebody warm for a couple winters.
Yep.
Or heat the hot tub.
Bugaboo and I'd rather have you to keep us warm. We don't want to be self-sufficient.
Right. All right, got the laser. Thank you.
Yep, I think everything's cleaned up.
Okay, that's good.
Might want the chainsaw sharpener.
Pretty excited. These little guys showed up in the mail yesterday. Look forward to putting those on and sharing my multi-month gas can adventure dilemma. But first, I've got to go out and do some calibrating on the mill. We were making really great progress last night, and I really thought we were going to get one more 8x10 beam done. And it didn't happen, because the mill head, or the beds, are miscalibrated. Looks like you got a little bit of rain overnight, a little bit of moisture in the air, although it's clear as heck right now. Also, our belts and everything showed up yesterday for the wood miser. I'm gonna spend a little time this morning. Gotta take this blade off. These belts come off pretty easy, but this drive belt, I've got to take this this guy off and take the spring out, and then that whole assembly should slide off. And then I can get this drive belt out of here. And then I got to retension that and get that all assembled. It'll make me feel a lot better about running this mill pretty hard. We've got a backup now too, which is super helpful. Got to make sure the baby monitor's turned on. Not sure how those ended up down there. Must have been after dark. With these colder mornings, I've been just kind of firing everything up, letting it warm up. Puts a lot less wear and tear on things. Oh. Need to get the key. Oof, barely. So according to my camera, this is about a 15-minute job here for somebody who's never done it. Pretty sure that's just to keep the belt from slipping off. You see all those rubber marks? That's from the belt imploding. I think probably something that isn't talked about enough, and maybe this is because of my background as a professional service worker, is serviceability. I think there's so much focus on cheap. Like, it does the same job, it's just cheaper. And I think that as someone who has spent a lot of time with equipment, I just can't look past the unlisted price, which is service. For example, one of the reasons we bought what to many people is perceptibly an expensive generator is because of service. And in my experience, I don't care how good your equipment is, it always breaks. I have yet to find a piece of equipment that's so good that it never breaks. The question that not very many people are talking about is when it breaks, then what? And I think we've become this culture of throw it away and buy another one. I think we all know that that's not sustainable, but we seem to justify it. I mean, I'm kind of upset at myself for, you know, breaking this band and then destroying these belts because I'm throwing them away. But what makes me really happy is that with the Wood Miser, we have one phone call. They have the part that we need overnighted, and the overall mechanism goes back together very smoothly. I don't know if this one had too much damage or not. I think I'm gonna keep running this one and keep a backup. It's probably the extent of the damage right there. It looks pretty good. I had them send an extra drive belt too. Thought I had them send more of these belts. I might have them send a couple more just to keep them on hand. It's not something that should wear out. I think those belts are rated at, if not several hundred, it's over 1,000 hours. But so you can see that this is a double V belt. Oh wow. So right here it got cut by the blade. And so all of these plies, I believe is what they're called, let go. And actually the main drive belt had also let go. And I think stuff like this, I mean, these sawmills, if you expect them to produce an incredible finish, everything really has to be running smoothly. So I'm shocked that this belt didn't cause like a wavy cut or anything. So now to the next problem, and this is why we stopped last night. You can see, hopefully, underneath there's about 1/8 of an inch gap, and down there's about 1/8, and it's sitting on that end and on this end. And what that's producing is an uneven timber. So on this side, we're at 9 7/8, and in the middle, 9 3/4. And on the end, 9 7/8. I think I'm gonna spend a little time with this, get some calibrating done, and then try to get this thing cut down to full dimension. Wah, 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 wah.
Now I bring some hot breakfast out with me.
Ooh, that sounds amazing. 10 1/4. 10 1/4. 10 1/4. I think I'm gonna work through this log real quick. I'm pretty sure I know what I'm gonna get out of it, which is an 8x8 post. The size of the knots really just not something I really want to have in a top plate or any kind of beam. And then we need to gas up the backhoe and kind of top everything off. So it's a great time to talk about gas cans. Holy cow.
Remember this?
I don't know if I love you lifting all this stuff up here. It's green and it's freaking heavy.
I don't
and
mind the little scraps, but that stuff I'm not.
I don't know. Let's find a better way. So this stuff I'm gonna run through the mill and just cut it in half. So that'll make pieces like that, you know. then there's no splitting. It'll go right in a wood stove. You don't have to sit there and process it even more. I don't even know where to put this stuff. Like, we don't have room right now. I wanted to put it back there, but we can't get the backhoe back there. I don't really want to put it in the way of the sewer.
To make a big pile against the hill.
I mean, we shouldn't be driving over here anyway, because that's all the septic stuff.
Yeah.
So basically over there where those rocks are, try to keep it out of the way. It's gonna be more out of the way than this. Sounds like a plan. Not really what I was hoping for, but spent over 4 hours today cutting up firewood. I guess a problem we really didn't know we would have or know what to do with was all of the overrun from the sawmill. At first, we were stacking boards, making lots of lumber, and that's a pain point because we don't really have the time to focus on that. So we just keep stacking it, and at some point here I'm gonna have to do something with that stuff. Problem is, when you make lumber, you get a lot of this, which is like 85% bark. And it's every conceivable shape. It's wide, thick, short, skinny, just a mess. This was like deja vu for Alyssa and I, because 2 years ago when we got to our property, we had no firewood, and a neighbor had actually timber framed, and they had a mountain of these mill ends, and we cut that up and we used that for firewood for our first year, and it sucked because it had so much bark. And it was so wet from just being stacked like you see it right now. We made it through the winter. Thankfully, it was a really easy winter. It was like 6 weeks of snow. Not a big deal. What we realized, if you spend too long trying to nickel dime every tree, you'll get no work done, and you'll end up with a ton of material that you can't use for anything. So I started being more aggressive, picking a timber that I want out of a tree and just going after that timber and not worrying about anything else. And that made production go through the roof. The problem is, we're now making this. We're making these huge slabs, but at this point, we feel like this is actually the better route because that's firewood. That's good looking, no messing around, heat the hot tub, heat your house, heat the garage, heat anything, firewood. We don't really need firewood right now though, so it sucks. But I think we have to stay focused. We've said before in these other videos that we just don't have the luxury of time. And I think if we did, we probably would try to focus more on getting usable lumber. I've decided to focus on boards that are already pretty much four-sided. I'm not gonna keep getting these live edge slabs. I just don't need it. I mean, we might need it someday, but these will all take a tremendous amount of effort to mill up. So hoping to get one more log up in here tonight and maybe try to get one more piece put in the pile. Our goal is to take that big pile and all the other piles that we're gonna create and eventually put them down at the far end of the property down there and let them dry for a couple of years.
Look what we got yesterday. A 12-inch Makita portable planer. This thing's heavy. We checked out the specs online, and it's 40 pounds heavy, which is like more than half of what our generator weighs. I actually threw out my SI joint trying to operate this thing yesterday, because back's probably not super strong right now. Jesse yoinked on my leg and it went back in place. At least I think that's what did it. So let's see if I can have a successful night running this. Oh, it's not that bad.
So we've been out here trying to troubleshoot planing and try to get a better feel. Alyssa's been kind of doing a trial run on this test dummy of a floor joist. I think she's doing a fantastic job. We definitely need to be either working by work lights or we need to work during the daylight hours just so we can keep an eye on the planer. It's so wide that it has a tendency to, you can pick a high spot and unfortunately follow that high spot. So as you can tell, this video is ending. As usual, it is pitch black outside. Mr. Planer gets to go to sleep for the night. I think we got to eat, and I don't know what we're gonna do. Maybe it's still time to do
go to sleep and be up at 6.
But there's still Home Depot hours. Not really.
They close at 8 now, don't they?
I think they close at 8:30. Either way, it's probably too late. All right, we're gonna figure out something to do tonight. See you guys probably mañana. Well, the sun just came over the mountain, so maybe some of this frost will start to disappear. We're definitely in a little bit of a chilly fall. We've had more sub-freezing mornings than not so far in the last 2 weeks.
I definitely predicted this, and it happened to me this morning already. My blade lubricant is frozen. You can hear that or see it. So I got no blade lube.
I think I'm gonna start adding alcohol, just a little bit of alcohol to my blade lube. Last night at dark, I was very angry and I gave up. I feel like we keep trying to do, I don't know why, but we keep trying to mill at the end of the day when it's getting dark. I don't know why. Why can't I mill in the mornings? Why? It's so much daylight. So yesterday, we spent half the day cutting firewood, but it's better than this pile. So we've kind of come up with a method when I'm gonna get aggressive cutting these timbers. We're gonna slide the slabs off over here, but I'm gonna try to cut the slabs a little bit thinner. That way they're somewhat easier to move. And then we're gonna make a pretty good stack over here, and then we'll spend another half a day cutting firewood. Our goal was to be able to get the backhoe through here so we can just put it in the backhoe, take it down here to this kind of not very useful piece of the property and stack it nicely. That way it can dry for a few seasons. So that's where we are this morning. We did do some planing last night and that went really good. I just ordered more planer blades this morning. It's going good. She needs a few floor joists and stuff to kind of get a feel for the planer. And then we need to get some work lights. We've also got a lot of town errands that are stacking up. We need to get our generator in to see if they can do some diagnostics on it. It just does not put out the power they say it does. And then we actually got our tarp in for the underlayment. We need to get that installed before it rains. So today is gonna be jam-packed. But, and actually, one more thing. I talked to our logger yesterday and I was kind of telling him about how these logs are going, and I'm struggling to get some of the bigger timbers that we need because there's too much taper or there's too much stuff in the timber. And so there's a chance we can go up and look at the logs that he's got on deck for us at the property and kind of talk to him about them and make sure they'll work for us. I don't think there'll be any problem, but just a chance to kind of go see where the trees are coming from and kind of get a feel for what's coming our way. I told him we'd be ready for more logs on Monday. I still think that's possible, but it's going to be a push because of all the other peripheral work that creating these timbers makes happen. So I'm going to try to get this 8x15 cut down. Concrete guys are on their way. They'll probably be here in 20 minutes, and then have to change gears and go help them. Never mind, concrete guys just showed up, so guess I'm going to go deal with the trench first. Maybe my water line will thaw out on the sawmill. Maybe. Well, we got the green light on the concrete, so that's good. Not concrete, the flow fill. It just snowed while I was meeting with the concrete guy, and it's snowing all around us. Looks like the freezing level dropped a couple thousand feet in the last 20 minutes. Sawmill water lines did not thaw yet, so I gotta do something with that. Then we got a phone call to take in a couple minutes, so this darn beam is gonna sit here, but maybe I can get a cut made really quick in the meantime. after all that brutal sun this summer, it's a little hard to be super positive about the sun, but this morning having some sun hit the logs and make steam and cut the frost and all that, I guess makes me a little bit appreciative for the sun's warmth. Something I don't think we've talked much about is a squaring cut. You can see here that this timber is pretty tight to this upright, but up here there's a pretty good gap, and that's because this bottom cut, which was the second cut I made on the log, is not square to the face on the other side. Those first two cuts are the most difficult to make square. I've learned that making squaring cuts is easier after you get the timber four-sided, because then you can really start to understand, you know, what's square and what's not. As long as you've still got a round side on it like this, it's pretty hard to figure out whether the timber is square and make really good cuts. Of course, we're using the framing square. Typically we throw the framing square under here and just make a quick square check, and you would see basically the same thing as you see on these supports. So what we'll do is we'll put wedges on the other side over here on these cross members and bring this timber over until it's square. But all that's going to do is square this cut up here. This down here is still not square. So we'll have to rotate the cant over and make a final squaring cut on the bottom side here. And that should give us ultimately a nice square timber. So I faced my nemesis, the 8x15. What were you, just walking in clean air and got something in your eye?
Yes.
Why don't you wear safety glasses in the shower?
Flying.
Yep.
When I wear safety glasses, I get stuff in my eye.
True. Now, I don't know, I'm gonna actually ask the shelter about this, but there seems to be, this is not wind shake, but I'm a little concerned because of how deep this V goes right here, whether or not this is actually reliable for structure. I'm not sure what's going on there. I don't know if it's just pitch pockets or what, but 8x15 it is, and it's very, very close on length.
Feeling extremely stressed out today.
You are?
And all of a sudden, yeah.
Why?
I feel like workshop's coming and it's getting real, and I feel like we're not there yet.
Winter's coming, workshop's coming.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sky's falling.
We'll get it done, but I just feel sick to my stomach.
I think it's tragic that,
Like I can't enjoy anything.
I think that's the tragedy, that for us, house building has become, unfortunately, not as fun or pleasurable as maybe the masses might think. Instead, it's become a tremendous amount of work, long days, hard work. But you know what? I think we're equipped for it, and I don't know that we would want this to be easy. You know why?
Because then everyone would do it.
Because everybody would do it if it was easy. There's a reason that the majority of people do not own a debt-free home, and they don't build their house. It's because it's not easy. Like pretty much anything in this world that's worth doing.
This is what filming a home build looks like, y'all. You gotta stop what you're doing to go get the camera. So it actually adds a little bit of time.
So here's the beast, and I'm actually kind of worried about that area right there. I asked Shelter about this, and this is what I was worried about right here. This exactly. So look at that. So that nail actually goes right in through there. So that's a void in the tree. I'm not sure what's going on there. I'm gonna keep talking to Gaius over at Shelter and see if we can figure it out, but I think that's a tie beam, and I don't really want to use that with that kind of thing going on. Well, I'll find out. and we'll check back. Also, just heard from our logger, and we're actually gonna head up and meet him right now. So we're gonna take a look at the trees that he's got in deck for us. I'm really struggling to get these 8x15s, and he said he's got some really good logs coming our way that have a lot less taper and a lot less stuff. And so I think I'm just fussing way too much over trying to get these monsters. The advice from Blueberry over at Shelter was to try to get the beams and the posts first, and then worry about the joists and rafters second, which is what I'm doing. That's exactly what we're doing. So I'm gonna send this photo over to Gaius and have him take a look at it, and then we'll actually be off, grab a cup of coffee, and go check out the logs that are coming our way.
Hey, we're on camera. It's funny.
How much taper it's got in it, because I got one 8x15 today, and I'm not even kidding. It's by the skin of my teeth, and it's got a boo-boo in it. I mean, if it's a dead straight log and I can get 8 inches, I'm only going to get about an 8x12 out of that, maybe.
That's one of my things. Yes.
Like almost 18 inches, but that's just the butt.
Get that flare off.
It's got, you know, it looks like it about.
This is just
Okay.
A lot bigger up close, isn't it?
Wow.
You know, and
Is that a sequoia?
This is the
Yeah.
one you were talking about, right? The monster, like the big
one of the monsters, yeah,
Oh my
there's a
goodness.
couple up in there.
Unfortunately, by the time I get all done with this, I'll probably be a lot better to talk
Will,
to. I'll tell you a lot more about it. So we had a super successful visit with our logger, and we're feeling a lot better about the log deck that we have right now, being a little bit less picky about what we get out of each log. So we're gonna work really hard through Sunday, see where we're at, get in touch with him, and hopefully maybe somewhere early next week we'll get another load of logs in, and hopefully that deck will include the logs that we need to get some of the big timbers, assuming we don't get some of them already. The bad news is this guy is going back on the mill, so for the first time we're gonna have to resaw something. We're gonna have to get rid of the other end of this and turn this into a post and a floor joist instead of the tie beam that we originally wanted. The good news about this timber is that a lot of our stuff is 8x, and so I knew that if I could get an 8x14, at least I could get an 8x8 post, a 6x8 floor joist, and then I'd have an inch of waste, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. Should take just a few minutes here and we'll have this ready to put back in the pile.
the Canon battery died and we're knocking on out of daylight again. We're gonna wrap up. We've got to make a supply run nearby and do that before everybody closes. I'm probably 3/4 of my way into this 8x10. This is gonna become a top plate, an absolutely stunning piece of wood. Beautiful. Probably finish that in the morning. Make sure I have enough time to do it right. I think it's an absolute tragedy. This tree had a massive bend right here. So the butt is basically useless. I don't think I could even have got another 6 inches of usable wood out of it. And then the other side, just stunning wood, but tree has too many bends. I don't know. I think this is kind of the downside of such manufactured products as timber frames, is we cut. I'm gonna empty the gas cans really quick, get the truck fired up, go check on Alyssa, see how she's doing, and then we'll get the heck out of here. Holy cannolis.
So this one here, I kind of tested on being more careful, like measuring all the time.
Yeah.
And you can see there's low spots. But if I plane them out, it'll be lower, smaller than
Too
the
thin?
dimensions. So I think it's fine.
We can touch sand all those
I
areas.
touch sand and it looks like crap.
Really?
Yeah.
How
I don't
bad?
know.
Oh yeah, it's not gonna look planed. There you go.
It seems it does not like to be planed backwards. So pick a direction and steer with it.
Probably, yeah,
Otherwise
makes
it like
sense.
roughs it all up.
Ah, okay.
So learn that.
Yeah.
I think to get it like perfectly planed, you have to go over by like a 1/4 inch, which we don't have.
I'm doing that
So-
now, but a lot of this stuff we don't have it now.
So if our worst problem is that we're sitting on our couch watching the snow fall and there's a little bit of an unplaned spot, I think it's fine. I learned that when I have these on, this is vibrating like crazy. It'll scare the crap out of you if this touches here.
Yay!
It's like,
Oh, fun. Well, it sounds like Alyssa's making some progress with planing. We got to get some work lights so we can work after dark. Planing is going to probably be an after hours activity. Milling takes precedence, and then, well, we'll have to see how things go. But we've got to be ready. So need more hours in the day, and there's just not enough light right now. So today, started on this 8x10 last night. This will become one of our top plates. I've got to get that finished up, and I've got a pretty good challenge for myself. I'd like to get through maybe 3 logs. I've talked to Alyssa and we both agree that I need to get rid of distractions. We really need to focus right now. It's game time. We can't take on any more project. We were trying to get the trench backfilled. Because of the freezing weather, it's just gonna have to wait. That's just how it is. We're not superhuman. She's tired, I'm tired. Actually, we're both burnt out. And you know, we're trying not to go into this framing workshop looking like a couple of deadbeats. Gonna work hard today and try to make some good progress. Looking at the logs yesterday helped a lot. Makes me feel more confident that we can get more of the timbers. I think what's deceptive so far is that it seems like we're not getting very good production. And there's a lot of reasons for that. I don't want to rehash them all. But in a nutshell, we're trying to get the hardest timbers first. And second of all, we're trying to build systems. This system is working. I can be aggressive with cutting down to size. I can push the cants off the mill. And then later we'll come in here with the chainsaw. We'll saw this all up for firewood, and we can either carry or use the backhoe to get it out of here. It took us a while to figure that out. Before, they were sitting over here, they were in the way, tripping on them. They're in the way over there, but they're less in the way. We've got a good system with the grapple. That is a lifesaver. I don't know what we were thinking with chains. That was never gonna happen. And Alyssa's rocking with the planer. So we're finally kind of getting some steam going here. Let's see, today's Friday. So we have 16 days until the workshop. Not 16 days to be ready, 16 days till the workshop. But the good news is a lot of the members that we have been kind of avoiding are relatively simple compared to the stuff that we have been milling. And that's why it's kind of like eating your vegetables first, right? So hopefully we won't have any issues getting those timbers. Once we get all the hard ones, we can work on the easy ones and hopefully things will kind of move along. All right, I'm gonna do some sawmilling and hopefully we'll get some good production today. Oh, I think we might have an unboxing in the queue today. We picked up some work lights. Not bad at all.
Something I learned is that on the back side of a logger's tape is actually a circumference rule. I'm sure they use it for scaling logs to determine the amount of board foot. They measure the length, they measure the diameter, and there you go, there's your board foot. But it's also very helpful for determining what kind of beam or whatever you're going to get out of a log. On the back side of a logger's tape, you will find a circumference tape measure. It's kind of subjective because, for example, there's bark on this log. You don't want to measure over a knot because that's going to give you a false reading. But this one shows a circumference, or excuse me, a diameter of 16 inches. So using that number and a calculator that's available on the forestry forum, you can determine what you should be able to get out of a log. What I'm hoping to harvest from this one is an 8x10, 25 feet long, and that's going to be the final top plate for our frame. According to this calculator, I'll try to get a link to the calculator below in case you're working on this and don't know about it. 8x10, you would need a minimum log diameter of 12.8 inches. And the challenge here is that no log is truly perfect. So a 12.8 inch log, if it were dead round and it were dead straight, like you peeled it, stuck it on your lathe and it was 12.8 inches, that would give you an 8x10. Every log's got little dips and valleys and tips and turns in it. So I'm trying to learn how to look at these logs, scale them quickly, and figure out what they're going to produce. I have to say that logs that have little taper and are very straight are premium logs. So we're gonna try that theory and see if we can get our 25-foot 8x10. I think that puts us where the only thing bigger than a post is our tie beams. And we went and looked at that log deck yesterday, and I'm pretty sure those tie beams are sitting in that log deck. If I can get the 8x10 25 out of this, that's huge pressure off of me. At that point, I've got to worry about our 8x8 long posts. I think we have 3 of those to go. I think I see one of them sitting in that log right there. So if we can get those, that really takes the pressure off. Well, pretty productive day. Got another long post done. It's one of our ridge posts, which is super exciting. Look at this deck. It's getting pretty good size. A lot of timbers in there. A lot of planing that needs to be done. What a beautiful sunset too. Put one last timber on the sawmill, one last log, and I think that's where we're gonna leave the sawmill for the night. We have a tool unboxing that we are working on for you guys, which is really exciting. It's gonna help us light up the garage while we work on planing and stuff. Alyssa's trying to move some stuff around so that we can make room for the planed timbers and start setting up the workshop. We've got kind of an idea. We did some math earlier and some measuring. It looks like we're gonna have 2 separate work areas, and then she did some arranging today for the tents and things that we'll be working underneath of in case it decides to rain and be nasty fall weather. So we got a log on the sawmill, and I'll probably pick up on that in the morning. It looks like we have 2 more long posts to go, and then I think we're done with the long stuff. Well, we still need to get our 8x15s. We're waiting for those logs coming on Monday. So this weekend, my goal is to get the long posts done and try to get the short posts done. And that will mean all of our posts are done. The only thing that we'd have to work on is rafters and floor joists. And I'm hoping that the logs that are coming, that we might be able to get some 12 by 12s out of that. And if we can, we could cut those in half, and that would give us 2 rafters in 1 log. That would be wicked. In closing, I'll share something that's kind of interesting, and I don't know exactly what's happening here. But we went to sticker this post, and see that white stuff? I mean, I'm assuming it's sap. But remember that piece the other day that had this in the end, and I shoved a nail in it? This is what I was worried was happening. This piece right here just fell off. That corner right there. You know, it was in there, and when we stickered it, just fell off. That worries me because I'm not certain that when you have a situation like this, that this timber is structurally sound. So I've been sending images of this stuff over to the shelter and having them kind of look things over. With that other one, we decided to rip it down. We turned it into a post and a floor joist. That was the best thing that we could do. And then what we're gonna do is end up cutting the length on those off. So that whole entire area is just gone. So the good news is this is a post, and something like that's not really an issue on a post because it has no compression on it. It's purely, well, it has compression, but not in its length. It has compression from the end. All right, that's the skinny for the day. Pretty good day overall. Happy Friday, and we'll start back tomorrow morning. Well, as milling progresses, I keep finding ways to make my life a lot easier. For example, this is a long post, needs to be 18.5 feet when it's all done, so I've cut this log at 20 feet. If you think about it, that little 8-foot section of log, if I have to cut this log 8 times, that's 64 feet of milling that I don't have to do. That makes me really happy. It's Saturday morning. We had a very cold night, so everything's all frosted up, but the sun is out and the clouds are just amazing. I don't know, these clouds are freaking cool. So today we're working on milling again, but Alyssa's gonna shift gears a little bit and take a short break from video and help me focus. She worked until almost 9 o'clock last night by headlamp and by work light, getting things moved around so we can start staging the timbers for the workshop. She actually did a really cool design using software to lay out the timbers and figure out the most optimal layout for the workshop. So we have room for all the timbers underneath tents that we'll be renting, and then also have room for everybody to work. It'll be challenging because we have 24 people who are students, I think, and then we've got the shelter staff, Alyssa and I, and some family members coming and volunteers helping. So it's going to be a very busy area. I want to make sure we do that right. And as big as this little piece of property is that we're working on right here, we seem to run out of room. But it's because we're trying to basically run an entire sawmill, build a house, stockpile materials, you know. All right, so I'm gonna work on that. I think today Alyssa's gonna kind of take the camera a little bit and show you guys some of the other stuff that she's working on, give you a break from milling. We have a lot of cleanup that needs to be done today. So I started last night after it was too dark to film for the sawmill. I actually came over here and got the bunch of these mill ends all cut up. So Alyssa's gonna start stacking that this morning. I'm really happy we got our little saw back from the shop. I just took it in, I don't have time to deal with it. It was tuned for where my sister lives, which is about 6,000 feet elevation, 5,000 feet, something like that. And it didn't run that great here. It's a great little saw, and it's way easier to run day to day than that 660. That 660 is heavy. It's a nice saw, but man, it gets heavy after a few hours. So I've got that saw back and it's running amazing. They threw a new bar on it. That bar was getting to be dodgy at best. So today's looking pretty good. Hopefully we'll get a lot of work done, get some of these long posts cut. I've challenged myself I've got 2 days to do it, to get through that log pile. I don't know if it's gonna happen, but I'm hoping to get our logger to deliver logs for us Monday morning and bring me some of the monster logs so I can get working on our tie beams. And that'll really, I think in my mind, that's the hump I need to get over in order to be kind of on the downhill toward the workshop. The rafters aren't gonna be easy either because they're so long, but their dimensions are very tolerable, 6 by 12. So even like this log right here, a 6 by 12 would have been no problem to get out of this log. I'll share a couple of things this morning, just lessons I've learned. Kind of came up with a strategy. My blade strategy has been 1 blade per log. We have about 16 logs, or I think there was about 18 in the deck. And 1 blade per log on something this critical is really no big deal. The blades are $15, to sharpen them is $5. When you're making beams that are worth $700, the blade's the cheap part, right? So if I change my blade right before I make my final dimension cuts on my beam, the cuts are just amazing. And then I leave that blade on when I put the next log up, and I make all my rough cuts. And then right before I start cutting this timber to dimension, I'll change out my blade. And that seems to be working really well because I get those last butter smooth cuts, and I think that's really going to help Alyssa with planing and keeping things to be, you know, really getting the timbers to look super nice.
That's a lot of dang firewood. If anyone wants to know how to get a good glute workout, this is it. My challenge with all this is to try to carry more on my left side. I think my right side has become Hulk status, and my left side's still a little fragile weakling. Brah! I'm already getting hot. Usually I set breakfast for Jesse right about here, and in about sometime between 20 minutes and 3 hours, the bowl will appear back in the RV empty. Gives Alyssa a tip on the easy sharpener.
So first things first, you got to make sure you got the right one.
Oh.
So this is
the right one?
.325, which is the correct one.
Yay.
For the, what we need to do is put a paint dot on this one.
Yep.
For the 660, it's 3/8 pitch.
Gotcha, okay.
So there's an arrow on here
Which
that shows you the direction.
you sharpen in.
The picture of the saw.
Ah.
So if you're sitting at the saw looking down at it,
Okay.
your saw should be going this direction, and your...
And you sharpen away from you?
Yes.
Okay. Need a clamp?
I made you more firewood. I'm like a firewood factory over here.
I thought I'd do this for like the first hour of my day, and here it is, like a couple hours till dark.
You thought this was a sawmill. One thing's for sure, this thing makes a lot of sawdust,
Yeah.
a lot of firewood, a lot of lumber, a lot of scraps, and a few beams. Just a few. Just enough to make a timber frame.
Yeah.
Job security.
I think it would be very wise to order more anchor seal pronto, because for one of our loads of trees out of 3 we went through a gallon, so logic says we probably need 2 more gallons. This is number 6 and 7 for the day. That's pretty good. We're above our average. Here's my theory.
Okay.
If we do dinner late, like 8 o'clock late, no work after.
No, you can't.
Even if we do dinner at 7 or 6,
Yep.
we get home late enough that we don't want to work.
Yep.
But if we eat at like 5 and we're home by 6:30, we can get a few solid hours of working.
Yeah. It gives us a little bit of rest. It's when
Yeah.
you don't rest and you just work and work and work and work. There's no gas in the tank when you get off.
I don't feel hungry, but knowing I haven't eaten anything since 9
Yeah.
probably means that energy's a little low.
Yeah. We're sort of kind of a 2 meal a day kind of.
Oh, yeah.
But the problem is at about 14 hours, like.
Ain't gonna my perfect world, I'd eat breakfast at around 9 or 10 a.m.
Yeah.
and dinner around 5.
Yep.
Crap.
So.
Anchor seal
we're
all over
probably,
my
what,
gloves.
Like an hour from dinner, or are we at dinner right now?
Maybe now, like we're definitely. Maybe you can help me get the tarp on the house.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's a good stopping point. I mean,
Yep.
I could keep milling, but I don't know what time it is. We can mill till about 5:30. That's
Yeah. Crap.
we crossed the 30-piece mark.
Log do you want? The top one?
Yeah,
Okay.
I want to pull it off and then I want to put it on
yep,
that
yep.
orange line. And I'm hoping I can get a long post out of that. And if I do,
Hallelujah.
all of our long posts.
Really? Don't hit too hard. My hands are cold. If we get all that done by Monday, maybe we can take a day off. Not
Well, we
Not-
may have to because we may not get logs.
that won't be a day off. It'll be planing
Well,
and stuff.
it'll be a day
But
doing something else, but
Yeah.
it'll be a little less.
we'll have time to rest.
Just hold this right here.
Okay.
Yep, there you go. Hold tension.
Okay. Stand out of the way. Whoa. Watch out. Good. How much?
Probably to the firewood pile.
Sorry, firewood pile.
Ain't going that way.
Okay. Is this nightly cleanup?
Yeah. Can you sweep off that lumber right there? There's actually
Yes.
2 boards sitting on top of it.
Yep.
Not necessarily tonight, but it's a good idea to blow off the chainsaws before you put them away.
Okay.
So it'll be fine for tomorrow.
Okay.
Good job today, first of all.
Yeah, I feel like we hustled.
This girl, I'm pretty sure, cut and stacked probably close to 2 cord, maybe 3 cord of wood. And there's a whole nother
It's not bad.
and a whole
Mountain.
nother mountain over there, probably 3/4 of a cord over there. And I just made more for you, so keep you busy.
Wow.
The good news is
Yep.
this log had a secret floor joist in it. It was hiding in its butt.
Ooh.
Had a floor joist in its butt. So the good news is that is the last long post.
Nice.
Done.
That's awesome.
Boom.
That's worth celebrating.
20-footer right there, the last one. The bad news is it's 8 1/8 on one side, so you got to be really careful
Okay,
planing it.
I will.
But I was careful sawing it, so hopefully you're
Yep.
good. I had to do that to get that floor joist. So down there is a floor joist. That means today is a record. That is
Wow.
7 pieces.
I think we might have to get a margarita at Mexican food.
That's
And I might not be joking this time.
7 pieces in one day.
Wow, good job.
The only reason that happens because you were sawing.
Thank you.
Because otherwise I'd have had to deal with fire.
Yeah, that took me 3 hours?
That's what I'm realizing is that there's so much peripheral busyness that happens.
Yeah, there is.
That I can't mill. I end up cutting firewood, moving logs, stacking this, cleaning that. And none of that's milling. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I could keep one person buried to their eyeballs in peripheral
Yeah.
work.
I still didn't do what I wanted to do, but hopefully,
No.
I don't know.
Cool.
I don't know. There's so much I want to say, but not on
Yes.
camera. So,
That's worth celebrating.
yeah.
All right.
So, we're done. We're not done.
Okay.
We're going to go eat, and then we're going to see where we're at with
Yep.
planing and
Then
stuff.
We got more work to do by work lights.
Yep. I'm so hungry. My hunger kicked in about an hour ago. Just crazy
I've
hard.
been hungry for a while, but I really wanted that post sitting
Yep.
on the mill.
I think that's good.
That's a huge success. Gotta make sure Grumpy over here is on its night switch. Not that it seems to help much. I really think that it's cold-blooded, but that doesn't explain why it wouldn't start back when it was hotter than heck.
It's an absolutely beautiful day today. We're getting a little bit later of a start than normal, but that's okay. We're right along schedule, and as tempting as it is to work until every last ounce of energy is gone, we're trying to be smart. We're trying to remain somewhat rested so we can continue to make logical decisions. I have our second cups of coffee ready to go. Our waters are full. And Jesse is just finishing up milling some brace stock. I can't hear you. So we're gonna go ahead and get this moved off of the mill. We're gonna get another log on the mill, and onwards we go with our day. I don't think either one of us had any idea just how much firewood we were gonna be creating with this and how much it would take us away from other activities. Are we on the last log?
Would you believe it?
That's insane. We'll have to explain these sections later when they can hear you.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
But yeah, last log of the deck. And then just a little bit of cleanup, maybe 20 minutes of cleanup. No, just kidding. A whole day of cleanup.
It might be easier to cut that now.
Okay.
In 2 sections, I don't know. Let's take a look. I really hoped that I could get one free log today, and I didn't get a bone at all. I've had to cut every log and load every log. And I think that's still where I have to cut it.
Yep.
I don't have a lot of choice. But the good news is these small pieces are going pretty fast because I'm not even making a single board out of it. I'm just making a beam and done with it. Firewood.
Yep.
For the rest. These I was taking a little longer because I was hoping to get a floor joist, and I didn't. I was getting brace material, which is okay. But even on that one, like this is so close, but you could fuss with it for 45 minutes and probably still not get brace material. So let's get this loaded. I had a personal goal
Yep.
to have this log deck gone today.
I think we'll do it.
It's on the edge.
This gives me time to clean up my cut wood. Feels so good to bend the back in the way I want to bend my back.
nothing fun to say. I don't know. I guess this is worth saying. I don't know if it's just us, or I don't know if this is how the majority of the world works, but I think we're not professionals. That's not a dig at us. That means we don't have a sawmill. Like, we have a sawmill and a backhoe and a grapple and a couple chainsaws. So that means that we make up the difference. Everything about this house has been hard.
Yep.
You might as well just bloody your knuckles every day. You might as well just bash your fists into the concrete. It doesn't matter what you do. You're
Yeah.
gonna look black and blue at the end of the day, because
I picked up a paint can or something and like bruised my knee. Go
Yeah.
figure. I don't even know how that
I
happened.
feel like I broke my finger earlier moving one of these.
Yep.
And I'm not gonna make a million stupid cuts. We just don't have the equipment. We don't have this little conveyor belt.
It's hard work. I mean, we
this
have a
stuff.
lot, but we don't have everything we need
We
to make
have
life perfect.
barely enough to be doing what we're doing. And that's what happens.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Took 1 second. Bash
good.
my arm.
On that, did it pinch
Yeah.
it?
No, just,
Oh.
I don't know.
I've hurt myself on the grapple already.
Yeah. Ah,
Let's get her done.
work.
How are we celebrating tonight?
We gotta do something.
Maybe I can make dinner.
Food would be good.
The chain to the grapple has been working really well for the stuff that's a little bit harder to reach. Not harder, impossible. Is that it? Get back on there.
That's where I wanted it.
It fell off. Nope. It's really hard for it to get a bite on here, so I pretty much have to use force to hold it while Jesse gets tension. Okay? And then get the heck out of the way. Wow, it's barely on there. I knew that was a possibility. Good. Want me to readjust? Readjust?
Yeah, be careful. I don't know. I can't see what it's trying to do. I might be able to. Exactly. I might be able to reach the grapple from there.
I don't know. Probably not. Try that. Do you want to go on the mill? What the heck? Yeah, put down. I'm having to learn how to make good hand signals and use one-word commands like a man. Apparently men are intuitive at this stuff, and us girls like to use our feelings to explain how to move logs. Jesse and I joke, Jesse needs to wear a t-shirt that says, "Just because I'm yelling doesn't mean I'm mad at you." And one of these days I'll learn. Let me put the braces or the things up. Okay, you're not on that brace, is that okay? This just came off. You're free. Hold on. I don't think we want him to be free. What the heck? I have no idea how we got this in there. Alright, camera has to be put away for right now. Guess what? I lied! We're back in action! Check out our work lights. They freaking rock. That's 2 lights, that's it. Check out this work area. Don't need you right now.
I'm pretty sure you ain't a man until you cut firewood at night.
Thank you, doing awesome.
You gotta take lights into the forest and cut trees down and make firewood at night. Then you're a man.
Need more protein.
I want firewood at night. Hey, I can see with my safety glasses on. That's a win-win.
Really?
Yeah.
I can't see with mine on very well. I look kind of like a mad scientist right now, don't I? Focus 30 has been extended indefinitely.
Right. So we can't use it as an excuse anymore.
I know, Canon has no problems.
Really? Yeah, I noticed that in the garage the other night.
Looks amazing.
As soon as we turn the lights on, you could focus on like sawdust. You can see like the detail of the
If
sawdust.
you want to start a YouTube channel for nighttime videos, let us know. We got the hookup.
This is not what I would call studio lighting. But this also isn't a studio. So it's okay. I have a question.
Okay?
What if you could sawmill at night?
I think we can.
What?
I think if we get desperate, that's what we'll be doing.
What? We're gonna have to put lights on the wood miser?
Maybe we could like make them blink to music.
You know, I just found a use for those really tacky light bars that are on pickup trucks that say I'm kind of redneck. Because who really uses it on the highway? Nobody.
We should start a new channel, Pimp My Sawmill.
Pimp my saw. I love it, yes. And we'll have thousands of dollars of lights that we don't use on it. No, Seriously, I think you could almost sawmill if you had like 3 of those Milwaukees and you set them up like a stadium in here.
Yeah.
Then you can make lumber at 3 o'clock in the morning. What's that? You can't sleep? No problem. You can sawmill. If you're an urban sawmiller, I don't recommend it because people in urban environments don't like the sound of a chainsaw at night.
Yeah. Is it just me, or are we like giddy kids on Christmas morning? Like all of a sudden, because it's nighttime, this is fun.
Nothing.
Right?
I repeat, nothing can stop us now. Darkness, if you hear me, you can no longer stop us. We are unstoppable. Send a message back to your master. Let him know you don't control us anymore.
We control us.
We are in control.
I'm gonna go ahead and do some cleanup, get the truck started, get the gas cans loaded, because we don't want to miss dinner, because if we miss it, we're SOL, because I don't have anything made. I haven't had time to do a video in 2 days. Yeah. Do like 3 maybe?
No, let's do 2.
2? Oof. I have like 2 feet on my side. Sort of feel if we can do a big burn. I feel like cutting this stuff up for firewood's dangerous and you're not gonna get much, and burning veneer isn't very fun.
You're gonna get a lot of junk. Okay, so what I'm thinking is those 4 timbers need to go over there for staging, correct?
We'll use everything.
Yeah, and these 4 will need to go over there for staging too.
Yes.
Okay, good. We could actually probably get those timbers out of here right now.
We can use a timber cart.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a plan right now, you know. Sequence is everything, because I gotta put this somewhere.
Yeah.
I can't just mill it and put it right back here. I gotta put it somewhere. I was thinking about putting it over there where those
That could work.
beams are. But I've got long lumber that I want stickered, and if I put it here, that would work good, and this will keep this open for the backhoe, and we can make a mountain of firewood back there. We also need to put those logs, the small log butts somewhere. If we can timber cart these out of here, I can start on the lumber pile. And the problem is we can't get these out of here.
You can get these for the backhoe from that side.
Ah, it's pretty far.
Okay, we have a plan. We're gonna attempt to yoink these beams out of here from the driveway. That way we don't have to move all this garbage to start creating our staging area. And then we'll free these stickers up to put all the lumber. See what we did there? Probably do one at a time, see how the first one goes. Try that. I'll stand out of the way. Reattach. There we go. Hey, that worked out pretty well. Do you want to get all the others down first?
Yeah, let's take them all down.
Okay. Hey grandkids, future grandkids, if you can see this video in the future, this is why Grammy and Grampy can't hear you when you speak.
What?
Please try to be patient with us.
What? Big Papa stickers.
Ooh.
For Big Papa Timber.
These are big boy stickers.
Big boy stickers.
So this here is going to be centered in the tent.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it needs to be actually in more than 2 feet.
Oh yeah, I think you can see that we can't cram a ton under these tents.
No, I mean, you need, like, the timbers don't need to be supported all the way to the ends.
Oh, no.
They need to be in quite a ways. That way you can get in between the timber and
Right.
work, you know, so.
That is true.
I'd say probably put them 4 feet in from the edges or something.
If you want. As much as we want to start placing our timbers on our timbers, we're probably going to save that for tonight because we don't need a lot of light to do it. There also aren't a lot of tripping hazards. So we're shifting focus to why we did all this in the first place. We need to clear out house for more logs tomorrow, which means we're back to trying to figure out how to mill up all that lumber, stacking the lumber, and pushing all the firewood out of the way. And that's how you move a timber with one person. Small timbers, that is. If you haven't seen the video where Jesse creates this contraption, check it out. Pretty cool stuff. It's cold out here. Last night we went to grab some dinner before everywhere was closed, and we did not get to sorting all of this lumber. We ran out of stickers. We still have to push the firewood to the end of the property, so this morning Jesse's gonna go ahead and make us some stickers. We're gonna get the rest of this lumber stacked. We're gonna get the firewood pushed out of the way, and then hopefully we're gonna go meet someone to bring us a bunch of logs. The workshop is less than 2 weeks away.
Yeah. We're inside of 2 weeks right now.
What's really awesome is Shelter, as we speak, is doing their post and beam class. So it's kind of fun following their Facebook page and seeing. I totally just spit on the camera. I don't know if you guys can see the little watermark.
It's okay. Just wipe it off your face. It happens to me all the
Okay, well,
time.
my hands are full, so sorry. Pat is pretty much gonna raise the frame on Friday and leave for our place
And then
on
get in the
Saturday,
truck and
which is
come out here and
insane.
do it again, yeah.
I don't even know.
Pat,
That's pretty good, Pat.
Pat, you haven't lost your charm, buddy. Yeah.
So that said, we gotta get to work because people are coming.
Yeah. The thicknesses have to stay the same, right?
Yeah.
So you need to cut these and keep them all together, yada, yada, yada.
Okay.
If you look here, there's 2 that are this thickness, 1 super thick one, and then 2 thin ones.
Okay, so 3 piles.
So yeah, you're gonna have 2 of the same, 2 of the same, and 1 that's different.
Are you gonna do these ones so you can get back to
I'm
work?
just doing the test. So
Okay.
if you put this at the end of this right
Okay,
here,
that's good.
it's solid. What we'll do is we'll paint the ends of these when you're all done with
Yeah,
them.
okay.
And then I'll grab a couple of different colors of paint.
Crap. Leaving little breadcrumbs everywhere I go.
Lost your cowboy touch.
That was my dream, was like horseback aerobics.
Oh yeah?
So much fun. Like I wanted to do handstands on galloping horses.
Right, makes sense. It's 4 yards of firewood.
Just like that, literally the second we're done, the truck driver called and he's ready for us to go meet him at the logging site. So here we go. Alyssa forgot that there's one more thing to do. Want me to put the grapple back on? These we're not gonna get any timbers out of, so we're not gonna bother because we don't have the time. Don't put it too close, then I can't get the grapple out. That's good. Backhoe's swinging its ponytail. Oh yeah, you're so cool, Backhoe.
We'll take off Should take us a few minutes to get ready for him. We need to move the trailer and
Okay.
dresser and the car.
He might be a little bit behind us too, so
Well, maybe he'll have to go through the
we're
stairs.
out of generator fuel of all sorts, so those are loaded.
Okay, sounds good.
Do you have a tape by chance? Right? Me neither.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. The only thing we have that has any dimension whatsoever is this 8-bit board. There's the first one. We're having Roy set aside the ones that we're not going to take this time around. Jesse says this one's good. Oh, there's a huge bend in the middle of it. Is this our tie beam? Top plate. Nice.
That's all going to be rafters. There's no tie beams.
Gotta get our Instagram photo. Are you feeling nervous, or you think we got this?
I don't know. That whole half the deck's crooked. This is crooked. I need to keep milling's what I need to keep doing, and not fussing around. This thing's crooked. I mean, there's not even hardly an 18-footer in that. It's got so much crook in it right here. I mean, I don't think I could get a 6x12 out of that. We're in bad shape right now. There's not even enough wood in there for rafters. We'll take it. See if we can get some rafters out of it. It's gonna be some expensive rafters right there. I was hoping these logs would be straighter. It's got very little taper in it, which is its only saving grace. I think I can get like a 17-footer out of it. Yeah, let's take it. Yeah, so a couple logs. They're probably about 1 ton apiece, aren't they?
Usually about 3.
Oh, so probably 4 logs. This one's way borderline, because it's got a big dip.
Why are you laughing?
Because every one of these trees goes under. I guess we could get floor joists out of some of this stuff. If we don't have a full load, that's what we'll do. What we need to do is when he unloads this, he needs to put these logs over here and these logs over here so I can get to them big ones quick and start working on
that's
them, you know?
wise.
It'll be easier when I got my framing square and my tape measure. I can look at these, so might as well take the biggest logs we can, and either we'll have a crap ton of firewood like you've never seen before, or, you know.
That'll do her. Back to the property. Did you grab my coffee?
It's in the truck there.
Okay. All right, go time. Holy crap. Stuff's flying. Wow. I have no idea what just went flying through the air, but we almost lost our outhouse. Okay. Yep. Good. Think you're good? Grapple's pinched. Good. day, huh? I didn't realize it was gonna be eventful in like a million ways.
We have a day around here that's not eventful.
Got a storm rolling in. Wow. I think we had more logs delivered last time. What do you think? Or bigger?
Pretty sure there's 17 logs here, but there's it's probably the same amount of logs.
Last one. Time to pay the man and then milling.
Time to lighten our wallet and make more sawdust.
Here's an anti-stress hug if you're still huggable.
Pretty stressed out right now. I wish this was under different conditions, but I don't know. We're learning a lot. We're meeting a lot of people and we're learning a lot. So
Learning a lot.
I'm thankful that we're documenting all this stuff because nobody would believe us if we told them.
Yeah. Think I'm ready.
Too bad we don't own a kite. Man,
Oh my god.
fly a kite like something.
What on earth? What went flying? I saw black plastic like 100 feet in the air. This is not fun. There were rocks on this, there are no longer. Wow. It might swing, but you have a good grip. Too much. It's pretty heavy. Try that. Like bad broke, like we need someone to weld it together.
Yeah, I should have caught that a long time ago. The log's trying to run
Something,
towards me.
yes, I don't know. I hear creaking.
It's fine.
Okay.
I heard this snap a
Did
long
you really?
time ago, and that's why I said to you, "Is everything okay?" And you're like, "Yeah."
Okay,
Everything's not okay.
sorry, don't blame it on me.
I'm not blaming you. I'm saying something happened
Okay.
a long time ago. What's going on?
So try to find someone to weld this.
I don't think it can be welded. I mean, it's a one-piece deal, so
So we're
we gotta buy
Screwed.
another one.
my face sucks, you know that? My lens isn't zooming well, it's so filthy. Wow, I just cleaned the dust off the lens and you can really see a difference. Jesse is off to see if we can get that repaired today. Really, really sucks. But hopefully doesn't mean we have too much downtime. My excitement for filming is starting to wane, but it's times like this that we're always happy that we continue. So while Jesse's gone, we really haven't talked about planing much yet because I've just been spending too much time thinking and I wasn't really ready to share anything. These two were fully planed, not maned, except they were milled very closely to dimension. So a lot of spots like this I didn't plane because this is already to dimension, and planing it would make it too thin, and we really want a full dimension or slightly over. That's okay. I mean, it's a little bit of a boo-boo, but we don't mind. This timber frame is not gonna be perfect, and we're okay with that. So these, Jesse over-milled by I think 1/4 of an inch. And it's my theory that that's actually gonna take less time to plane because I don't need to be so picky about how much I take off. I should be able to start with taking an entire 1/16 off. So it might make for a more even plane. So let's see if I can get one full beam done, or post, or whatever the heck this is, by the time Jesse gets back. So basically, my strategy so far, whether or not it's the best or the right strategy, is to measure at the end, the middle, and the other end, and see where I'm at, because oftentimes it's just a little bit different, so that's good to know. Make sure I'm not measuring at the thick end. So, 8 and 8. Oh wow, we're already under 8 inches. See, that's good to know. We're already under 8 inches here, so don't plane that anymore. And this is a little over 8. So what we want to figure out is where can I start taking off again. So if that is 8 inches, that's 8 inches. That's about 8 there. So it's about right here. Mark that with a little bit of sawdust. What a screw. I'm actually pretty happy with my first pass on this, so although it's not perfect, I'm gonna go ahead and flip it over and plane the other side, and then I can decide which end I want to take more off of to get to dimension. I took a lot less off this time, probably between a 1/16 and a 32nd, and you can see that the first pass wasn't very good. I have a lot of rough spots like this, which probably means that they're low spots. So I guess that's all I'm gonna share right now. I'm gonna work a little bit, but that's kind of my strategy here, is take a little off each side, see where you're at, and then decide where you need or want to take width off. What's the word, Jesse? No luck? Too far gone?
Well, the real problem is that these guys don't have time.
Yep.
So they're busy. They don't have the staff for last minute repairs.
Yep.
It's not worth a week wait for this, so I overnighted a new one. I know, I'm pretty confident I know how we broke it.
How?
And I know how to avoid that in the future. I'll show you.
Okay.
When you lift these logs, these tongs sometimes like to get bit like this.
Yeah. Oh, so it torques it or whatever.
And if I'm lifting like this, it literally
wants to snap in half that way. So when you're lifting, you have to lift. When you're lifting, you have to be square to the log.
Yep.
Anyway, I think what we could do is a couple of things. One, we can use the tongs to lift this and loop the chain underneath of it.
Yep.
And then I'll lift that in and loop the chain underneath it, and we'll lift it with the chain. So I think that'll work for now. We could probably lift it with the tongs, but I'd really rather not drop it on the sawmill and break the sawmill because that's way more expensive.
Yeah. On that note, I'm gonna put the camera down. It's raining. I'm gonna get a raincoat and let's try to get some work done.
It's gonna be like this for a week. I looked at the forecast.
Oh, yeah.
I looked at the satellite. And it looks like this might have been a spin-off of like a typhoon or something, because there's literally like this huge arc of rain and wind, like massive. And it warmed up like 20 degrees since this morning, so get used to it.
I don't know how well you could see me, but for the past couple of hours, haven't filmed much, let's just say. I was hating life. Finally, the wind died down. We got a bunch of rain through here, and now the temperature is warmed up. We have a nice cloud covering. It's dead still. It's not raining. We were able to get one of the really huge logs up on the mill with use of the broken grapple and a chain. And I believe Jesse is gonna get, it's either a 21 or 22 foot 8x15, which is 25% of the really challenging timber, so that's going well. I've been hitting my head against the wall with planing. I think for me, I always get frustrated when I don't know if it's Alyssa's fault or the tool's fault. And our research concludes, actually this is just a theory, that the planer actually planes at an angle. I believe over like a 8-inch timber, there's a 1/32nd difference from one side to the other. The short width, not the long width. So that doesn't seem like much, and it isn't much. But if you do multiple passes, suddenly you find yourself like an 1/8 short, so your whole timber is tilted like this. Really annoying. We changed the blades. Actually, we just flipped the blades around because there's two sides to each blade. And I'm happy to say that it's planing a lot smoother now. And just to do a little case study, we planed the other direction to see if it took some material off of the high side, which it did. So, I don't know, maybe we're crazy, maybe it's Alyssa's fault, maybe I'm doing weird things with my weight. Oh, the other thing we did is I'm planing outside now because the sawhorses inside are just way too tall for me. So now I'm able to kind of get my weight over the planer and really apply even downward pressure, and it's still planing at an angle. So very disappointing. In any case, all we care about is can we get our timbers planed. So my new theory is to plane this way and then plane that way and this way and that way. And in theory, that should keep the surface smooth. So we're gonna get just a little bit more work in tonight. We haven't eaten yet. I haven't had time to make dinner today. That was my plan. I was hoping I could make a really huge bowl of soup so that we could, you know, eat it over the next few nights, because at the end of the night, energy is low to cook and we want food immediately, so we end up going out to eat. Except in the end, that's usually an hour and a half of our time or so, and we really don't have energy to work when we're done, so I don't know. Let's see what we can get done tonight though. Okay, another problem. So the first pass, it seemed that this blade was doing pretty well, but on the second pass, I'm not sure if you can see this raised bump here. You can sort of see it. Follow this line down. There's a little nick in the blade, and I'm guessing that's why that side of the blade is not being used. So that's not gonna work. I mean, it could be all artistic and stuff. The seller of this planer did send us some new blades, so I think we're gonna go ahead and get those installed, or at least get the old blade turned around, because maybe they weren't so bad after all. Hey Jesse, do you know where the new blades are? We got the blades switched out. We found a new pair of blades, so we can rule that out. Not sure on getting it to cut evenly. Definitely beyond the scope of my mind right now how to even figure that out, because when I look, it looks even, and it doesn't need to be out much to cut a 30-second difference on one side. So I don't know. I think we're gonna wrap this video up for today. I don't know what we're doing tonight, if we're gonna work a little bit more or go get food or what. We'll check in with you guys tomorrow.
That
yeah,
post is not.
You're right.
So
It's
you're
way better than the summers, but
you need to be working down where this post is, not up here on the.
we're still undecided as to whether we're gonna do our planing out here or in the garage. Jesse's leaning towards in the garage. I'm leaning towards out here. So this is the beauty that Jesse finished milling this morning. Didn't get it on camera, just too much. But as you can see, there's my hand. This thing is an absolute beast. Jesse said, even though it was about a 17-inch log, or maybe it was 20, I don't remember. By the math, on a straight log, you should easily get a 8 by 15 timber. However, because even though the log looked straight, it turns out it had a little bit of a bow in it. So Jesse showed me the mill ends that came off of it, and he said there was barely a 1/2 inch to spare. Did I come just in time? Okay. You look like you're getting it, but let me help. Got it. Good job. I think Jesse's still hopeful that this could be a 22-foot 8 by 15, but I think it's gonna be tight. So we're hoping for the best. And I believe Jesse's ready for me to start making firewood, correct?
Yeah.
Any reason to not start that?
No, you can start with that pile.
Okay.
That'll help me.
Yep.
It's in the way.
I think just maybe put it in wheelbarrows.
Yeah. Try that. See what happens. If not desirable, but over there. So
Okay.
I'd say wheelbarrow if you can muster the strength and the time.
That's not that much wood.
No, but all this is. Yeah, all that's going to start piling up. I'm doing a better job of getting it way off the mill instead of letting it pile up on the mill. But we'll see how that changes over time.
Yeah. So I think right now, less talk, more work. Thoughts on making it go back? Okay, it's back on the mark. I just can't tell if it's forward. It shouldn't be forward. So I think that's good. Like right here I see a mark, but I don't see it anywhere else. It's hard to tell. These pavers are so messed up. I think it is that way about that much, but it's hard to tell. It's hard to say if it's necessary, you know? Those could be old leg marks.
Every one of these things looks like they're on that side of the pad. This whole sawmill is
Right.
down. You can see this.
I know that. What I'm saying is I don't know if those are old marks or what. So yeah, try to push it back this way.
Every single pad is that way.
Mm-hmm.
So the sawmill somehow got moved that way.
Spent the last 45 minutes lowering the entire sawmill 2 inches, which meant turning each leg 20 times. Even with WD-40, that's a lot easier said than done. Turns out our mill has shifted a lot from the weight of these gigantuous logs. So we're trying to kind of recalibrate and get the sawmill somewhat center in the pavers again. Even though we have quite a few more large logs, so we're pretty happy to be done with the hard stuff and the heavy stuff and, you know, just make milling somewhat relaxing again. That's pretty good. Are you happy with that on these legs? I think the mill's likely to be pushed that way So we don't want this one too far over there. Did we learn a lesson about putting sawmill, L15 sawmill on concrete with heavy logs?
If you were making lumber, it wouldn't be a problem because you really don't, I mean, percentage-wise, you don't rotate the log as much. But this is literally one
Rotate,
cut,
rotate.
flip a 2,200-pound log.
And
One
there's
cut,
no
flip
gentle.
Gentle is
Once
very
she goes.
relative. Yeah, it's like, boom!
Yeah.
And everything moves, and then you're like, did
Get your
anything
world
move?
rocked.
Did anything move? Yes. It moved so much that I didn't even notice, but the sawmill had completely come off of its legs on the other end. I think the moral of the story is two things. One, put it in the dirt, and then don't worry about it, and then just fine tune it as you go, or put it on a concrete slab that's level and it can dance around all at once. Every
Yeah.
once in a while you have to push it back where it belongs, but
Have anything to say? No? Good.
dude, this log is huge.
Really?
My dad apparently thinks that I'm mad at him
Really?
because I haven't answered his phone calls and stuff.
Oh, does he really?
Yeah, my dad apparently doesn't understand that we're extremely busy.
Oh, poor dad.
So I'm getting messages relayed to me.
He hasn't called me yet.
He hasn't called you. He must not think you're mad at him.
My parents don't think we're mad at them, even though the text messages I send are like, don't forget to bring chocolate chip cookie making mix. Can you pick a shelter staff member up at the airport on Sunday afternoon? Yes, okay.
Nice.
I don't think the stress of this day and this time in our life is accurately portrayed in our videos. I think in the moment our emotions were so strong. We had this huge event that we had to be ready for, and despite working as hard as we could on the house every single day since the day we started the house, we were just feeling really irritated that the workshop was days away and we still weren't ready. Because we were hoping to be ready weeks in advance, and here we were, I think I said 11 days prior to the workshop, and we still had almost an entire deck of logs to get through and an entirely new deck of logs to be delivered. On this day in particular, it was raining cats and dogs. It was raining so hard, and if you've ever worked in the rain for an extended period of time, you'll know that rain gear is very different than normal workwear. So our pants were soaked, our shoes were soaked, our socks, our base layers, like everything was just wet. And it was raining so hard, yet we had to keep milling. It was not an option to stop. Working when you're wet is just absolutely miserable. I think I remember asking on our Facebook page if anyone had glove recommendations for working in the rain, but gloves that weren't highly insulated. I think I remember putting latex gloves under my gloves in hopes of keeping my hands just a little bit more comfortable. And then when the rain stopped, our clothes were still soaking wet, so we were chilled to the bone. We felt like we couldn't move because our clothes were clinging to our body, and Jesse had an entirely different problem. Sawdust is annoying, or can be annoying by itself, and what's worse than sawdust everywhere is wet sawdust. So unfortunately the air compressor wasn't working, yet you might remember from our previous videos that simply having a clump of sawdust under your cant can make your dimensions off, so it was really important to keep the sawmill clean. So at this point, as if things weren't stressful enough, we really felt that weather was working against us as well. I think something that we also didn't convey during this time was just how hard and stressful it was to keep the camera rolling. I feel like in times like this, it's your inclination to put the camera down and not focus on filming at all, but we were afraid that we were going to have to get to that point to be ready for the workshop, so we were trying to do the minimum filming possible to capture the story and what we were going through. Something else that I don't know that we had a chance to share when we were filming, but it was kind of the plan the entire time for Jesse to be running the sawmill nonstop and me to be planing. For some reason, I thought that I could manage publishing a daily video, helping Jesse on the sawmill, and planing, and somehow we'd be ready for the workshop on time. However, upon throwing in the towel for video and working on the frame full-time, it came to our attention that it was a full-time job just being ground support for Jesse to keep him running the sawmill. Firewood was piling up faster than we could cut it almost. And somehow I was working with Jesse all day long and nothing was getting planed. Not only that, but I felt that I was still having a lot of issues with planing and my confidence was waning that I'd just be able to plane an entire timber frame in about a week. I don't think we were sleeping well. We weren't sleeping much at all. We were going to bed late, waking up extremely early. We were ignoring anything that might resemble an emotion or a feeling. We felt we had to ignore our basic needs. We weren't eating well. We actually weren't eating much at all. I'd say that this short period of time was a grind. That's the best way to describe it, but we kept pushing on. I want to thank you guys for sticking it out and continuing to watch these videos. I know that some people feel that the sawmilling is getting extremely repetitive, but we feel this is a very important part of the journey to share. Every day was a battle for us in its own way, and this is really important to our story. However, I think you'll agree that over the next few videos, you'll start to see our moods and our spirits and even our progress increase like crazy as we have some fresh blood arrive on the scene, aka our reinforcements. And I think you'll share our amazement at what the power of teamwork can do. I don't want to spill the beans, but don't worry, we were ready for the workshop just in the nick of time.
Well, it sort of stopped raining. Well, no, it's still raining. Who am I kidding? But we're losing daylight, so we're gonna wrap up today's video. I don't even know what today's video is. That's how focused I've been on working. Look at the butt on this tree. This thing is 30, let's see, it's 27 inches in diameter. We ended up taking that piece off so that we could get this guy over here. And the rain won today. Look at that big guy. So what's hiding right there is an 8x15 end brace stock. That's 22 feet of brace stock. We'll probably only get one piece in here, and then right about here we'll cut this in half and we'll actually get over 2 pieces out of this guy. Ooh. And Alyssa,
I fell through my wood.
Has been, I don't even know what the word is, humping. She has been cracking on firewood, taking all this slab wood. I gotta go over here. This pile,
Making a firewood trail, and I figure you can tidy it up with the backhoe.
this pile is so big. This was moved by wheelbarrow. Look at all that. Not the big pile back there, this long pile. That's got to be like a dozen wheelbarrows. Yeah, we'll just take the backhoe, make that pile even bigger, sticking all of our butts over here so we can keep those for another day. Oh, and a lot of people will be really happy to see this. We got a pretty good stickering system for our lumber. We're going to be keeping most all of our short stuff here. This is 12 feet and under, and it's kind of stickered by width, so somewhat narrow, a little wider, and then slabs in the back. And then same thing with our long stuff. Look at these boards. These are just a byproduct of getting these 8x15s. These are 22 feet long, 1.5 inches thick, nearly clear pieces of wood. I need to get those over here and get them stickered. I've learned quickly to be a lot more fussy about the lumber that we get. So these pieces came off the mill just like that. I didn't do any additional work to them to edge them or anything like that. There's a couple in there that'll need to be fixed, but generally speaking, if it doesn't pretty much have 4 sides, it's going in the firewood pile. So we could get a ton of lumber out of here, but we would waste the rest of our lives trying to get 2x6s. And anything you want to tell these kind folks before we shut it down?
I've been yakking all day.
Oh, good.
A whole lot of we're gonna do this and then didn't do it.
I say, I just turned the water heater on and I turned the heater on, and I say we go get dry. Tarp the sawmill.
I don't know.
Then go get dry
I think it's,
and do something else.
should we try to do Home Depot?
A car ride right now doesn't sound terrible because it sounds warm and dry.
I know. Well,
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, like, this rain definitely kind of wears on your mood.
Oh yeah, it's
But
cold.
if you could take your wet clothes off,
You
eat some
dry?
dinner, get some dry clothes, and then
Do
go in
stuff.
the garage and plane, that doesn't sound terrible, you know?
I think we should plane. We're gonna have dinner here. Alyssa made some soup this morning. Adios, amigos. Nope.
You already have sawdust all over the lens.
Oh, now you know what it feels like to use compressed air on a sawmill.
Fill you up. Crap. Wow. I already broke this.
Can make it work, I think.
I'm pretty sure Jesse's gonna need me to cut a little of that firewood out of the way, so despite wanting to plane, that might be my first task of the morning after helping Jesse move these floor joists. What do you think normal Americans are doing on a Saturday morning?
Probably doing something that we don't do.
I walked into the grocery store last night and I'm like covered in sawdust and mud and look grumpy as hell and you know, like walking really fast, the kind of walk that people don't talk to me because they're like, whoa, stay out of her way.
Yeah.
And I was like, God, it's Friday night, everyone's buying their booze. Here's me, building a debt-free house. That's pretty good. Whoa. So we tarp these posts in order to protect them from the sun, and we traded one problem for another. Now it looks like they're all moldy after like 3 days, but the good news is that before raising, we should run the planer over everything, in theory, and take off maybe a 32nd to a 16th of an inch, and that should get rid of that.
So one of these is FJ23.
And this one we already cut, except in planing, Alyssa screwed it up.
That was our first one, and it was undercut.
Jesse said plane till it's smooth, and that I did, and I wasn't paying attention to anything else because I thought planing was easy. And it is, but there's still a learning curve.
Well, we were undersawing them before too, so like it's complicated.
Yeah.
I was undersawing them, I wasn't changing my blade often enough, and the planing wasn't that good. Okay, and then...
Oh, 14, 15, and 16.
14, 15, 16, and 17. And then if you can write on the other end, 6 by 8.
Okay. So these must be anchor sealed.
Yeah, those are the
I was
buttons.
thinking, I'm trying to make a list for my parents. I was thinking of my mom. I haven't been anchor sealing,
There's
too busy.
no need to, because we talked about how the rain is here, so that
Right.
there's no real
Something
benefit.
else? Tarping creates mold.
No.
No?
It's actually not mold.
What is it?
That is metal flake.
Huh.
That
Cool, got
on
wet.
the wood.
Interesting.
from
Okay.
The tarp. So,
Dirt doesn't know the difference.
well, no, mold doesn't happen that fast.
Okay, that's
So
what I was
what
like,
happened
whoa.
was, remember when we were reaming out the post bases?
Oh yeah.
These tarps were in that bin over there, and some of that metal flake got in that tarp.
Okay.
and then
We
got
should
on
be
the
able to
wood.
plane it out.
I hope you can.
If not, one of the lessons is picking which side of the post you want to show. So
Put it in the
most
closet.
most posts will only have one or two sides showing.
Right.
I think the temperature is dropping. I just got really cold. Had to put my insulated gloves on.
Go, please, thank you. What do we have here?
Spare parts bin to the rescue.
Yeah.
Jesse's like, oh, it's kind of redneck. I'm like, no, it's not. It's an improvement.
So for the last 2 days, it's been nothing but extremely high winds and downpours, I think is a good word. I wouldn't even call it rain. We had rain blowing this way and then blowing this way. So filming has been out. What we did get done yesterday was a lot, and the day before. We're kind of under the gun right now because we're having a difficult time getting our tie beams. They're 8 by 15. And 4 of them are 18 feet long and 4 of them are 22 feet long. We went and got fresh logs. So we got 3 tie beams the next day. These are monsters. They probably weigh 700 pounds, 650 pounds, something like that.
These are 22 feet. We need one more. Our logger is working on that right now. They've dropped some fresh trees. He's confident we can get what we need from those. Because our deck, we wanted to get a full load of logs, and because we wanted these first. We're trying to get these beams, but we wanted to get a full load of logs, so then we went after rafters. Rafters, ironically, seem easier, but I don't know, they seem to be equally difficult because of the length. These rafters are 12 and 12 pitch. They are 6 inches by 12 inches, and they're 27 feet long. These dimensions I'm giving you are actually the saw dimensions. These are not the cut dimensions. We have to oversaw them to give us a little bit of room for practice cuts and things like that. That's where we're at with rafters. We've cut 4 of those. And I tried to pull logs from the deck out at this gentleman's property that I thought I could get rafters from, but they have too much bend in them for 27 feet. If a tree even bends more than about 2 inches in the middle or anywhere in the tree, it sacrifices the ability to get a long timber like that. So even though it's only 6 inches wide, the 12 inches tall, that's not a problem. It's the 27 feet long. So yesterday I sawed into a log. I originally thought I could get a tie beam out of that log because of its size. So I made some length marks and did some diameter measurements, and I just couldn't tell. So I gave myself a backup plan. I didn't cut it to rafter length because doing so would have meant that I could not get 2 floor joists out of that log. So I made a decision and I cut the log at 24 feet. I said to myself, if I can't get a tie beam, I'm not gonna just waste this monster log. Sure enough, I took 1 cut off that log and it looked like a corner, and I knew right then it wasn't gonna happen. So I took some measurements, did some thinking, and I ended up cutting the middle out of that log, and we got 5 floor joists. That's big. So, huge production yesterday. Unfortunately, it's floor joists. I'm happy because this is pieces and we got production, so all that's good. But this is where we're bottlenecked right now, rafters and tie beams. We got all the other stuff, which I feel really good about, but these floor joists are pretty low on the priority list for a lot of reasons. Anyway, so that's kind of catch you up to speed. We installed fluorescent lights in our garage. We got those finally. We ordered a 4-pack. They're linkable and they were super affordable. I think they were probably under $30 a pop, and it lights this bay up nice. So now Alyssa has actually been in here making a mountain of planer shavings. I think around the last video that we filmed, we were having problems with the planer. Alyssa, we improved her technique. We also changed out the planer blades and put brand new blades in, and we also ordered several additional pairs. And all that stuff combined with creating this planing area, we dropped it down. If you remember, she was working on sawhorses clear up here, and the planer's up here, and it's just too high. So she ends up rocking the planer just from fatigue. So now she can really lean on the planer and working much, much better. She also found that using diesel on the planer bed really helps to keep the sap away. The sap really makes the planer sticky. It doesn't want to move, and it's already heavy and hard to move. Okay, that's a huge wrap up. So that's been the last couple of days. We also blew a backhoe tire. We got a screw in a tire, found that out in the middle of the day. Thankfully it happened on a Friday. Oh cool, looks like we have visitors. We'll have to see who this is. I have no idea. They're smiling, so that's good. Oh geez, I don't know if they want to be on camera. Cool, some people from Texas shopping for land. All right, I think we're ready to rock. Alyssa's gonna start working on some firewood so we can get our trail back to the back. Right now, what we're trying to hit is Monday. We want a fresh load of logs in here. Our logger has tree length logs dropped, and he says he's got what we need to get this timber frame cut. We've got 2, 4, 6 logs, 7 logs. So we gotta get making some man glitter.
fast. Ah, go up.
Yeah, you ready?
Yeah.
Just move your hands.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. I didn't drop it far enough.
Nope. Uh-oh.
We have to move some stuff to get that out.
Yep. That's good. Good job. Whoa.
It was like
That's very fun.
fist bump, diving fist bump.
Here you go.
27 feet of log and 1 piece of firewood.
Nice.
That's what every one of these
What do you think, this is a rafter?
Oh yeah. I can get a 6x12 out of this, no problem. I think what makes me sad is the amount of waste. I'm turning it into lumber. I say waste, and that's not what I mean. You know, this is not waste, it's lumber. I was worried. Shelter said we needed 20 18-foot 2x8s. We got plenty. Because I got 15 more rafters to go. There's gonna be a pile of lumber over there so big that we won't even be able to fit the mill over here.
Pooped. I was pouring coffee this morning and just holding the coffee pot is absolutely exhausting, but it's not an option to be tired, so must keep going. I know Jesse's just exhausted too, but there's a time to rest and that time is not now. I did go to the store yesterday and I splurged on some ginger ale. These bad boys are more than $1 a piece, but it's worth it. $2 and we can go just that much longer. Well, we finally put the death blow to the backhoe battery. failed to stop turning on at all.
More appropriately, it finally died, which I think it was gonna do from the day we got it.
So that might mean there isn't a phantom mode on it. The battery just sucks.
I think the battery was junk. Kind of figured that from the beginning, huh?
Except it was pretty much brand new.
Well, it was very new, but I think it was just a piece of junk battery. I think it got damaged or something in transit.
I'll get this dumped. We'll move the rafter and then get another log on.
Yep.
Try to get the count higher than 1 today.
Yep.
And it looks like while I was gone, you beast moded firewood.
Yeah, I was trying to think of what I could do to get us caught up a little bit. And
Yep, it's visible.
yeah, the big saw just has more power and more chain, and so, but it's definitely tiring to operate. So don't encourage it if we don't need to.
13 and a half.
So I think it'll be these 4,
Okay.
and then these 2 will
Okay.
be floor joints.
So let's yank this one off.
Let's take this guy off. Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Where does this go? That goes there. I think it goes washer pin. Jesse's outrunning me. I can't keep up. Sorry for doing my job. More firewood for me. Holy crap, that's big. Okay, Cannon, I have to put you away now. You see, it's starting to rain, and I think you could tolerate it, but since we're having really bad luck with cameras lately, we'd really rather not risk it. Don't worry, you probably won't miss too much. More the same, really.
Good night, Cannon. Too much rain. I'm good. Pretty sure that last beam was just difficult. No, nope, look at this. This thing's off by a country mile too.
The tree
I will spend the rest of my life calibrating this sawmill. I cannot. Look at the gap underneath the log. Over a 1/4 of an inch. These legs aren't even touching. I'll bet you I flipped this beam over and it's out of calibration again. Tight, 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 and tight.
Is it dinner time yet?
Right?
I'm freaking tired and freaking hungry.
I was hoping to get a 4th log up here. Could be a dream.
I don't mind pushing. Numero tres. Wow, that's good. Is it dinner time yet?
Come on, let's get a log on this mill.
I swear I could hear the wheat thin box whispering my name. That doesn't look good. Just a heads up, that sprayed like crazy. I caved.
I want to feed you, don't worry, I want to feed you. Can I get 2 sides off this log real
Yeah,
quick?
let's do it.
Won't take me very long, maybe 30 minutes, I don't know. Go ahead and clean stuff up. Maybe not this, but...
Okay, I was gonna keep working, but I can...
Or do you want to... I'm open to trying to get a 4th, or another rafter tonight.
I want to try. If you agree that we can get to the point where we can work by
Yeah,
lights,
if I can get 2 sides off this
I'll
log,
keep working at firewood. And by that, I mean stuffing my face. Dear Alyssa, I will never leave you. I will keep you company when you're lonely.
I'm always there.
I will never let you down.
Salty and crunchy.
I will always make you feel loved. Good, thank you. Rafter.
Yeah.
Are you out of fuel too? Nice work.
I feel like I'm getting, I think the word is aggressive. Because I need timbers.
Yeah.
And I don't need anything else. So I'm trying to, I successfully pulled it off on the last log.
with quite a bit of margin. I 4-side cut that log.
Really?
I only
4
made
cuts?
4 cuts.
Wow. And you got it?
And I got it, and actually, so I made 6 cuts total, 2 pieces of lumber.
That's pretty good.
And a huge chunk of brace stock. And I only made exactly the amount of cuts I need. None of this turn the log over, turn the log
Yeah.
over, turn the log over,
I think that's very
over.
normal. I've kind of been doing the same thing with the planer.
Yeah.
I'm doing like little bits, but as I get more confident and understand it, I'm kind of going right to the dimension.
Well, like this log, it's going to be really close. And the first 2 logs this morning, both of them had huge butt swells. So it's literally like conservative cut, conservative cut, conservative cut, conservative cut, conservative cut, like over and over. Like you're literally rotisserie this log. And this log and the last log, that's why I wanted to put them up here and just go at it, get the timber out of there that we need. And if we get anything else,
Great.
yay. If not, firewood. So now it's time to feed your belly.
Okay, do you want to run and then come back?
Yes.
Okay.
I wanted 2 sides off this log,
yep.
and then I can keep milling.
Got the backhoe fueled, generator
Nice.
fueled.
Nice.
Everyone's happy. There's a couple more tools to grab.
Okay.
Grab the laser level. I think I did pretty good on the chainsaw today. I think over time I'm learning better technique and gaining confidence.
Well, it rained last night, and it rained and rained. We have water everywhere. Look how soft this is. I can't even step in this stuff anymore. It's turned to complete muck. Awesome. We have, looks to me like probably a good 2 inches of standing water right there. So clearly our drainage is working, but it's not daylighting the way we want it to. And I'm adding to it. Where do you think this water's coming from? Take a guess. Trick question. It's coming from the tarp that is covering our subfloor right now. We have been chasing this for, gosh, we're coming up on a week now. Every day it just keeps raining harder and harder. So that tarp right there is our stair opening. You can see how much water's in there. There's probably, right now, 30 gallons of water in that tarp. And I put the siphon on there probably 10 minutes ago. So there might have been 40 gallons in there. Easy. I came out here the other night and this tarp looked like it was about to burst. And it was raining harder and harder. And it was gonna rain all night. And I thought what we would come out to in the morning was a swimming pool. This is exhausting. So we're trying to create a dry work area, but with the wind, the tarp is getting damaged, and we need to do something. I think maybe Alyssa's dad is gonna help us when he gets here today, because I have no time to deal with this, and create kind of an arch in here with some plywood or something, some thin plywood, just to kind of create a dome shape so that water won't run into there anymore. Last thing we need is a swimming pool dumping inside the garage, right? I think it's hard because what, a month ago, all we did was whine about the heat, and we want the rain. We want rain. Rain means water and snow. Like, mountains around us are definitely covered in snow. It's pretty chilly this morning, but definitely not close to freezing. So I guess there's a good side to rain. Usually it means you're not freezing. The bad news is everything is soggy. Thankfully, whew, man, I haven't been over here yet. What a mess. Like an ocean over here. Standing water everywhere. It was raining so hard this morning when I got up that I thought, I don't think we're gonna get any sawmilling done today. Wow, so all the sawdust that I spread out is just, wow. There's actually like creeks. There's actually little creeks running from here to there. Wow, this is one soggy mess. And here we thought we would get home from dinner and run the sawmill for a little while. We knew with this build that weather would eventually become a factor, and we've tried all along to try to stay ahead of schedule, and we're right on schedule, if not a little bit behind still. No matter how hard we try to catch up, it seems like we just can't. Yesterday the backhoe battery died. Day before that we blew a tire on the backhoe. Lots of problems, little problems. keep piling up. So today, our goal is to get these logs gone. I've got 1 on the mill, I've got 4 on the ground. Statistically, it's not gonna happen. This is gonna be floor joists, has too much bend in the butt. This is not long enough, it's 23 feet. So floor joists. This one, I think I can get a rafter out of. And this one, you can see the amount of curl in that log. Floor joists. So the goal is to make these logs disappear. Tomorrow's Monday. We've got that log left to go. And tomorrow we're hoping that the rain lets up today and we can get up to the logger's property and we'll get a whole fresh load of logs coming in tomorrow. Where are we with milling? We are cruising right along. I've had to become more and more aggressive, but I've also been learning a lot of tricks that save me a lot of time. For example, one log I cut yesterday, I did I call 4-siding a log. I made 4 cuts and that's it to get the timber that I needed. And that is pretty rare for me because you can't always read the log, especially with the bark on it. You can't tell what's hiding underneath that bark. Sometimes there's a little dip or a little waste or a valley. So I tend to make more conservative cuts at first until I can really get a good bearing on the log, and then I start picking and choosing where my cuts go. One of these I called the beam from hell because it had a dip in this side and a curl in that side. So I chased it and I ended up making very small final cuts to take just a little wane off this side and a little wane off that side and a little wane off this side, a little wane off that side. That one rafter probably took me over 4 hours. And then the next rafter took me an hour and a half. This is why it's really hard to predict how each day is gonna go. But the good news is we're turning out some beautiful timbers. Pretty good pile of floor joists going over there. At some point today, hopefully, maybe, we need to get this pile of rafters moved, or timbers. These floor joists need to come over here, and then all these long pieces need to move over here. That's why it's important that we get it done so we can stop making double work for ourselves, basically. So thankfully, we've got some backup arriving. Alyssa's parents are on the road today. They've got a bit of a drive, so I don't think they'll be here early, but it'll be nice to have some backup. They're gonna help with just kind of daily chores, and hopefully Alyssa's dad can jump in and maybe give us some help with some of the braces and planing and general things like that.
Jesse wants you guys to see this. Ready? This is how much it rained last night. Simmer down now.
Ready?
Yeah. Whoa. Don't splash me with it. Wow. No wonder the ground is flooded. I put on all my warm clothes today. Walked out here, the sun's showing, clouds are going away, and it's getting hot. Ooh, that's balanced. Balanced on the first try of the first rafter of the day must mean it's gonna be a good day today. Looking forward to my parents arriving. They left Bend, Oregon pretty early this morning. Whoa, Nelly. So I think they should be arriving here, I don't know, sometime late afternoon. Where can we go? I can't see over there.
Just have to go over here.
Okay. Happy?
It's really long.
Which tree should we do today?
I'll tell you that the tree I just took off of there looked like it would have yielded an 8 by 12, no problem.
And you barely got a 6 by 12.
Barely. In fact, there's like this much wane on one side. This is why the whole tree diameter thing is bogus. So the one I just milled was nearly 16 inches. This one's 14 and a half on this end. So let's measure him and see where 27 feet is. Question is that hook too bad? So see, my tape's pretty straight right here.
Yeah.
And I'm well past the center of this log. We actually only need a 25.5 foot rafter. So we're actually aiming clear back here. But I'm over milling them to give us some leeway. So if at that knot I cut it and then I take maybe like foot off of this side, that'd put me at 26.5 feet, and that's actually okay. 25.5 is our actual length. So I think I will do that because I don't think it's big enough on that end, and this hook is too much on this end. All that's going to add up to another hard log to make a rafter out of. So.
On firewood yesterday, but looks like there's more. So hopefully with my improved techniques I can blow through that quickly so I can move on to cleaning. My right arm today. There we go. Wow. We're officially out of bar oil. In a short amount of time, we went through, I think, an entire gallon. Jesse can correct me if I'm wrong. Good news is that we don't have to drive all the way to Home Depot to get more because my parents are bringing it on their way up.
I think I want that big log.
The one everything's on? The teeth are pinched.
Ouch!
Did you hit your head on the backhoe? And this, friends, is what absolute exhaustion looks like. Not sure if you can see this, but this tree's in a U shape. So I'm wondering if Jesse's gonna wanna cut it in half. This obviously is not going to result in a rafter. Yep, exactly. That looks right on my end. What is this gonna be, floor joists?
If you're curious how much water or rain we got, it is 2 inches.
Wow, that's crazy.
That's stupid.
No wonder why Bugaboo's a spaz.
No wonder why everything's flooded.
We probably want a fourth for the long stuff.
Long stuff's not going over here. Long stuff's staying over there because we're gonna lift it and then we're gonna sticker it in place.
Probably a little longer, maybe.
That's pretty good. So yeah, we need to put this here, move all that here,
Yep.
and then we'll lift one end of that big stuff and put our staging timber underneath, and then lift the other end and put staging timber underneath.
You're under it. Keep coming. You've lifted it. Oof. Hold on. I think I can shimmy it down, maybe. Look at me working the strappy poo. My knot came undone. You know, I can't tell what it's hung up on.
These won't fit because they're too short, but hopefully they will. I think we need to trim that bottom post by a mile.
Jesse's to a point where he doesn't need me, and firewood is all caught up, and we've kind of worked on our staging area a bit, but that's kind of at a stopping point until Jesse's available. My parents arrived and they are busy unpacking their car, the place they're going to be staying. They did us a really awesome favor and picked up a couple of adjustable folding sawhorses that we had on hold at Home Depot. I think Jesse wanted to do an unboxing on these because why we bought these particular ones? Do you need me? I was ring, so I better go check on him. Jesse, change the channel. Someone's on that channel. Someone called me, so I came to check on you. Oh. Wasn't you?
No, it wasn't me.
Yay, Jesse, 4 floor joists. I think we can get that other log milled up.
It'll be close. If I can bucket into smaller logs, it'll go fast.
The good news is if we do that, we can wait. If we wake up like at the butt crack of dawn, there'll be no work to do, so we might as well sleep in.
Yeah, I think what's going to happen is that's going to get bucked down and the butt's going to come off, and then I might actually be better off cutting it in half. And then the small logs I can handle really easily by myself. It's these monsters,
Yeah.
anything like 24, 25, 27 feet, just turning the log is like everything I have, and then when it comes crashing down, it ruins the sawmill. The small logs don't hardly, I mean, and you can't get off very far in 10 feet on the sawmill. It's when it's 27 feet long, you know, sawmill does that number, so.
Let's get this log moved.
Yeah. This log was 23 feet. Wrong. It's 22 feet 10 inches. And these floor joists are 11 feet 4 inches. If you do the math, that doesn't leave much room, and the ends aren't
So
square.
only the experienced get to cut these.
Yes, and the ends aren't square, and this isn't square, which means there's only about 3/4 of an inch or half an inch of fudge in these floor joists. So whoever gets these, Don't screw up your first cuts. These are for after your first cuts.
So this is brace stock. Jesse said we're gonna push it off the mill and worry about it tomorrow. What you thinking?
Chop it to 24, leave the butt out here, put it on the mill, and then we'll buck it into half and probably split the halves up, something like that.
Floor joist?
Oh, it's pure floor joist, yeah. This log never had any other timber in it. It's too crooked. It'll really start to show once it's on the mill. I mean, this thing.
Oh yeah. Have you heard from our truck driver today?
No.
It shouldn't be raining, which means we should be on.
I need to call him. We have to get logs tomorrow.
Like pronto, like 8 a.m. at the latest.
Well, 8 a.m. is what we're planning on, so we'll see how it happens.
Man, can you guys see that? That's so beautiful. But there's no time to appreciate it.
This morning, I'm actually waiting for a call from our logger to confirm whether we can get up to the logs that we're waiting on. We got all of our logs milled. That's not true. There's still one on the mill. Need to get that guy cut up. So I'm going to be hopefully heading up there with our logger and our driver and get a load of logs brought down here.
These beams are looking mighty sparkly this morning. I don't know if you can see that, but that's frost. Look at that. Brr. I just got off the phone with Blueberry. She's been really helpful, being available, letting me throw all these questions at her. She's trying to help us understand what we can and can't use for our sheathing for our second floor during the raising. I also asked her about planing, kind of letting her know my struggles to see if there's anything I could be doing differently. And in a nutshell, she said I'm on the right track. It is very important that all of these timbers be planed exactly to dimension. They're coming off the sawmill imperfectly, so me being anal trying to make it uniform is probably what I should be doing. That said, she helped me to prioritize what should be planed first. So being alone today, I think I'm gonna start on posts, and the last priority would probably be floor joists and rafters. Here's all of our posts right here. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to move these on my own. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that this morning. Here's all of our floor joists. Part of the challenge I'm going to have is I can't move these puppies on my own, nor can they fit in the garage. So I get to plane along here, and then mid-plane do a little hop over this beam and do a little hop over that beam. Blueberry said this is all par for the course.
Nice. That'll work a lot better than the short one I've been using, about this long. This one I can reach across the sawmill and blast that rail without having to do this number. Well, apparently we have a flat tire on the backhoe again. Ha! So I guess I'll take that off and get it repaired while I'm out getting logs. Nice thing is, backhoes come with a built-in jack stand. However, I continue to forget that there's a bucket of rock in there every time I do that, so now I got a mess to clean up. Come on, backhoe. We're almost there, buddy. We'll take good care of you when we got this frame up, okay? I need to use the compressor.
Okay.
Do you want to know why?
Yeah.
We have another flat tire on the backhoe.
That sucks.
So, I got to get it off there and get it in for repair while I'm working on logs. So,
Yep.
I'm going to use the compressor for a little bit, okay?
Okey-doke.
Holy cow, it's getting deep in here.
I know, right?
Wow,
I planed most of these this morning.
it's growing.
I know.
It's growing.
Just let me move them. These are
Nice.
all pretty perfect.
Cool, good job. Getting a system?
These need to be moved out,
Okay,
which I don't think we can lift.
I would just move them to the end and maybe try
Working on
to,
the braces, because I can
Yep.
lift that, and the
Yep.
posts I don't know that I can move.
one end at a time. You can probably get them over here. Just take your time, right?
Yep.
Be patient, you can get them. Okay, I'm off. I got to get that tire fixed.
Okey-doke.
And then I'm off to get logs. Hopefully you get those.
Yeah.
Your dad will be back, hopefully by the time I'm back, which means we shouldn't have the power problem anymore. Yay! So, yay. Although that generator needs to be put through a break-in, and I don't know what the break-in is. It might be 10 hours or something, which we should be able to do tomorrow. So
Just break and mean just use it.
you have to do certain things like turn it up, turn it down, do this, do that, do this, do that until it's broken in, and then you can use it. Yeah, Paul's good at breaking stuff in, I bet. So I'm good at breaking stuff, and he can break stuff in.
I feel good. I feel like I'm pretty much doing down to 6 cuts a log.
Wowza. Beast mode. Good. I think you could probably do, 15 pieces a day or something or
I
more.
also feel that planing in place is not a problem at all.
Really? Okay.
Because right now, how am I going to get things to the end? I'm not.
You're not?
Risking myself, so
Yep. Cool. I bet it feels good to just spend a little time and get your head around this stuff.
it does.
Cool. I'll leave gas cans here. I grabbed gen gas, so I'll leave those here because you're going to run out of generator fuel here pretty quick.
Yep.
Okay, back soon.
Okey-doke. See all that pitch? It kind of scooped it up. We actually bought this brush to clean the sawmill clean, but the bristles aren't stiff enough. But it works perfect for this.
What's that from?
I don't know.
Oh.
I think the blade's new. It might be, like there's a lot of sap on the bottom, so I'm wondering if that's kind of making it sticky. Because we didn't have that the first pass.
Here at the logging landing. Looks like they got a pretty good deck of logs going, so we'll have to see what we find. So kind of out of respect for a lot of the people here, I'm not filming too much, but it does look like we're doing really good on logs. We spent some time kind of measuring and just scaling and figuring out what's in the deck and looking really good. So Alan's done a fantastic job. He's a very kind man and he's very patient and caring, and he's done a good job getting the logs that we need. So our driver just showed up, but now we're in a mud pit, and so we're struggling to get the truck where we need to go. So we're going to try to get some of these logs loaded, and hopefully we've got enough to get everything for the frame. So if you're wondering what 3 inches of rain will do to a logging landing, this is the answer. Oh man, that wasn't even just a little bit of rain either. What do you think? 27?
I just seeing if he.
Oh, he's getting going. I think he'll get her. You know what that makes me think of? I doubt you've seen the movie, but there's a movie called Cars. It's a Disney movie. And there's a truck in that movie that gets like a tune-up. He's like an old wrecker, and he gets a tune-up, and he's kind of like, woo, you know, he's got this personality. It's probably been a while since Roy's done a wild and crazy dirt mud backing up trick. It's, you know, it might be every day for log truck drivers, I don't know. we're gonna cut him. We won't have anything over 28. So this log, one log is gonna yield 55 feet of usable log. Wow. And then there's gonna be this little guy left, 27 footer. Hopefully that'll be a rafter soon. And then we've got a tie beam down there, 18-foot tie beam, but we're gonna take the whole butt and everything just so we can kind of figure out what we wanna do with it. Oh, not really. Looking really good. Can you stand where that tape's at? I think it's pretty good, but I can't tell. I think it turns up too much. It looks like it turns up right here and starts kind of coming up. So I think we have all the carrying beams. I'm pretty sure we've got that. We need one more though, because there's only 4 on the truck after he puts that one on there. That's 4, so we need one more 18 footer, which I think is gonna be that one right there. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna take him. What was the big problem with this one? I can't remember. I mean, like, my brain's telling me now it looks okay, but I don't know what I was seeing before. Because I'm sitting on 27 right here and it looks like it's there. I don't know what I was looking at before. But we have enough logs to get me going, but we don't have enough to finish the house. We need 6 more logs. So we're gonna wait and just be patient here, and hopefully we'll get the logs that we want. The camera battery died, so I'm gonna have to shut this down. Hopefully we'll get a battery when we get home. And these logs should be home in about a half an hour. And then depending on what time it is, we might be able to get some sawmilling done this afternoon.
We just got word that logs are arriving any minute, and Jesse isn't here, and he's not going to be here. So I gotta handle this on my own. It's okay, I know where they go. Apparently only like 11 logs are coming, so it's not even a full load. This will be filled up shortly. Wow, can you believe we've filled this up and emptied it twice? No. So insane. Our logs are here. There they are. The goal, Jesse asked for this last time, the big ones we want to put closer to the mill so we can get our big bumpers out of the way.
Well, started the day off with the headlamp, and I'm gonna end the day with the headlamp. So, I went to pick up this tire, and they had put a tube in it because the sidewall was checking from the sun. And when I went to put it in the truck, the tube was leaking. And so I ended up having to go back, and they found out that the tire had actually been separating inside. It was losing cords. Probably can't even see right now. So I'm gonna go grab a work light. We got a brand new tire on this side now. Here's hoping the other tire will hold out. It's been an expensive backhoe day, I'm not gonna lie, but honestly, we couldn't even do what we're doing right now without this piece of equipment. So working away.
Yep, training my dad on planing.
Fun.
I thought I can start training new people because it takes more time.
Sure.
But it's very possible that I'm gonna be busy. So
Yep.
it could be worth the investment because
Bingo. No pressure.
I'm probably a terrible teacher.
It's hard to teach something that you or yourself are not confident at.
Well, a lot of it comes down to feel.
It does.
And
Like
I'm
everything,
teaching
right?
him my anal obsessive ways.
Nice, okay.
So
When we bought these work lights, we were kind of on the fence about whether to buy something that you just plug in or something that's battery powered. And I think it's kind of like the Extend-A-Hoe. You're like, oh, I don't really need an Extend-A-Hoe, I can live without it. And you're like, oh, I really don't need battery powered work lights. But I'm sure once you have them, you'll use them. It's a good looking tire. You want to throw a lug nut on there? They're in that little bin there. Perfect. So sometimes, Paul, if you're not sure, you can draw a line with the blade. So if you have a physical line, like a pencil line, you can make a very shallow curve and draw a line with the blade, and that will tell you whether you're on or not. If you ever cross your line, you're not on. So if you look at that, I start on the outside of that pencil line, and when I'm done, I'm on the outside of that pencil line. And that's how precise we need to be, really. I mean, we're not talking a 16th here, we're talking like a 64th, like very small.
that's a rafter. No?
Tie beam.
Tie beam. So all morning you've been working on bagging up the sawdust.
Yes, look at my pile over there.
That's pretty good. That's nothing. We've barely begun.
Wow.
Is this today's weather?
Yeah. Is that funny?
That's so funny.
Have to test out
That's
the
such a
whiteboard.
daddy thing to do. Say bye. See you later. I'm about to get really overconfident with planing the 8x15 timbers. I want to keep working. I'm not ready to ask Jesse for help. I kind of want to get to the point where there's nothing more I can plane. I do have confidence that I can start blowing through these timbers very, very quickly. I'm kind of getting a system down and I'm really understanding the tool. There's always room for more efficiency, but hopefully I'll get that with time. So I came over to the table to get my water, and guess what I found? My mom knows us way too well. She knows if she puts chocolate covered thingies out, they will be found and they will be eaten. Day 2 of my parents helping us out was much different than day 1. Day 1 was a bit of a scramble. For anyone that's ever accepted help on a large project, especially one that isn't simple repetitive work such as stacking firewood or shoveling dirt, accepting help or adding someone to your team isn't as easy as you might think.
Pack stuff inside.
Oh, Nelly. I can put one of the ends in. Like, put that end in. Yeah, pretty good. That's good.
You guys can scoot it closer. I might be able to pick it all up.
Okay. Good. So then let's lift the floor joist on top of there. Okay? Good. But far enough that you can get the strap out. Which ones are we taking? All these?
Too close.
Oh, the 2. Okay. When there are endless tasks to be done, especially when those tasks are out of the ordinary, such as planing, moving logs, cutting firewood, stacking lumber, moving timbers, you know, things that just your average person doesn't have experience with, and we didn't have experience with until we decided to build a house. It's not always easy to decide where to direct your helping hands. Especially when you have a timber frame workshop just 5 days away, every task is important and precision is highly important. There's just not a lot of time to learn everything and be good at it all. In words of Jesse, I have to tell on myself. This cord is so long, and when you're working alone, there's no one to hold it out of the way for you. So I didn't realize it, but I've been setting the planer down on the cord while the blade is still on. So if you can see, I'm munching through the cord a little bit there and there. So although I don't want to stop, it's probably a good idea to wrap that in electrical tape, because I don't know, I don't want to get electrocuted or something. My dad is a retired electrical engineer, and he pretty much flipped when he saw that. So I'm being a good daughter, and I'm putting his mind at ease. I just took a 1/16 of an inch off this, and it looks like there were a couple low spots. And as you can see, I have to go back and plane this outside edge. And there's literally no room for me to walk in here. Holy cow. Alyssa, you rock. Uh-oh, missed a spot. Check this puppy for square. And do the other side. Oof. That's what I like to see. Pretty dang good. Hot damn. Day one, we were excited to have their help, but as I said, we were extremely scattered. We had my mom and my dad wearing multiple hats. Jesse and I were running around with our heads cut off. It was kind of like we were starting a new project again with no system. But as with any project, we develop a system over time and really up our productivity.
Did I ever tell you about, I have this friend who's a cabinet maker and he has a really hairy chest. Like, he has hair coming out of his shirt, you know, like this? Like this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll tell you a story.
Okay.
So hair coming out of his chest like this, he's got like, he's woolly mammoth. He takes his shirt off and he's still got a shirt on, right? So one day, I go by his shop, he's making cabinets. I go by his shop and he's like, dude, you gotta see this. And he takes his shirt off and there's a big circle of hair missing. And I was like, that's the weirdest bikini wax I ever did see. He was running a drill like this, and it caught his shirt, and it went boom, and it ripped all of his chest hair out. He's like, it hurt so bad, I cried like a girl. I was like, oh. It was pretty funny.
It took probably a full day to help them get settled in roles they were comfortable with to keep Jesse and I working on the things that really mattered. Since the workshop was just 5 days away, we decided that Jesse had to continue to do 100% of the milling. That was the most important thing above anything else, and right after that I needed to do 100% of the planing. Now was not the time to diversify. My dad was pretty comfortable getting hands-on with the process and was willing to run the chainsaw, so we decided to pass off firewood cutting to him since that took a lot of my time, keeping me from planing. He also was able to help Jesse turn the logs, make squaring cuts, and move timbers from the mill. We did decide that I should continue to help Jesse load the new logs since we had a pretty good system together, and it took us a lot of time to learn to work as a team, but me helping Jesse load logs on the mill was never a big deal. That, ironically, is not very time consuming. We also had my dad keep the generator fueled up, make sure that fuel was in abundance, keep electricity around the property under control. When our thermostat in the RV stopped working, we put him on soldering that, and he did it in like 5 minutes, but again, it's just one more thing that would have distracted Jesse and myself. And then for the most part, we pawned off all errands, cooking, and cleaning onto my mom since that was what she was most comfortable with. She handled 100% of the food, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, coffee, did all town runs, including picking up packages for us, laundry, supplies. Again, all those annoying things that keep Jesse and I from working. What we realized, is when Jesse and I aren't doing all these little menial things, we actually get a lot of work done. It's amazing how much of our day these menial tasks take up. My mom was also willing to run the camera, so she was really helpful in getting some footage for us, which again, freed me up to focus on planing while not sacrificing the quality of our videos.
shenanigans are going on over here.
Aren't these beautiful?
Yeah.
3 of them. 8 by 13.
Wow.
20 feet long.
Wow.
I'm tired. I have a pinched nerve in my back like nothing. Like I can hardly move, but they look so good.
Yeah.
And they're mostly square.
Nice.
And I only lost 1 shirt to do it. Just look at that color. Like, oh my gosh, it's
Right.
so beautiful.
Yeah.
So, have my mom on cleanup.
Nice.
I'm either gonna go over there. I
Okay.
should probably just go inside straight away.
It's getting too dark.
I can do that tomorrow.
Yep.
I think smaller stuff is gonna be easier now. I think doing small stuff, big stuff, like you kind of appreciate a change.
Yeah. Good job.
Keep hanging in there.
Keep
Cats
making-
in South Dakota, we still have time.
If he's anything like the driver who brought our light for him stuff, he'll be here tomorrow morning.
I looked at the maps and he's making headway.
Is he really? South
I think
Dakota.
he could be in the area Thursday if he wanted.
Whew.
I don't know that he will be.
Pat, chill out, buddy.
See?
Grab a burger.
South Dakota.
What? Wow. Grab a burger, dude. Chill out, man. There's no rush. It'll be here when you get here.
Good. Just cop out sawdust.
I think I swallowed a bug. Dad sharpened that saw,
Really?
and he's like, yeah. He's like, I'm like, yeah, you make progress? He's like, we'll find out. And he sets it on there, and he's like,
Wow.
I'm like, I think you made progress.
That's awesome. Nope, more. We moved it the wrong way. Exactly what I said. If you put food down near Jesse when he's milling, a couple hours later, the plate is empty.
Think, is it too dark?
I think we could do it. Too dark. Ha! Which end is the butt? Which end is the butt? Do we need to turn it?
Yeah.
Okay?
What you working on?
It's resting. I cannot push it. It is no longer elevated.
The sawmill, is it hitting me?
I think it is not elevated up there. So it's not floating. Good.
Keep going. You're up on the log. That's probably okay.
It's probably good. So again, on day 2, everyone settled into their new roles and productivity was off the charts. We were working extremely well as a team, and my parents put in the hours right beside us, helping in any way they could. We're extremely thankful for their help, and anyone else who has helped us to make this home building project a success. It is true that many hands make for lighter work. And would you believe it? With all the teamwork that came together this week, much of which you have yet to witness, we were 100% ready when students arrived the following Sunday. So we thought we were gonna stop after dinner because we're tired, but here it is, almost 9:30.
Yeah, we better get to bed soon.
Yeah, freaking tired.
Yeah. So there's all of our 5-foot brace stock, all of it, and one extra I put in there just in case we screw one up really good.
Oh yeah.
We've got
Guaranteed.
7 of our 4-foot stock. I'm going to turn that into 4-foot stock and this into 4-foot stock and see where we're at. My map said 12 and 17. We actually got 19 5-footers because one of our 13s was a bunged in on it and it was no good. So we'll see where we end up. We need 16 4-footers. I'd rather have a 17th just on hand.
Yeah.
We're at 7 right now. I've got that one and this one to go. We're probably within maybe one piece of stock or close to it. So
That's awesome.
we're doing really good.
And
I need to do a little fine tuning on this station. That's why I'm cutting on it, because I want to test it. Because if you're cutting and the saw binds like that, all of your braces are going to be a train wreck. So we've got to get it to where all of those things are flat, very, very flat. That way when you cut, you're cutting in the right plane. We're making progress though.
yeah. And I planed this post, that brace, this top plate, just like nothing.
Yeah, you're getting
So
really efficient.
I'm getting pretty dang good.
Making gerbil
Yeah,
bedding
my
in
mom
here.
cleaned all this up and I already made the floor messy. So that's it for today, folks. Till tomorrow. Did you see that my dad already wrote the forecast?
For tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, I see. Got it.
Chainsaw's yours. Can you carry this to the staging area also?
Oh, the same place?
Yeah, thank you. Can you help me rotate this beam real quick? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Good. That's good. Thank you. Are you good?
Good, thank you.
like, whoa, like a lot has happened today. And we had our head down in the sand like ostriches, and that showed up 2 days early. That's in South Dakota, we still have time.
If he's anything like the driver who brought our light form stuff, he'll be here tomorrow morning.
We were loading another log on the sawmill, and Jesse's like, is that Pat? And I said, no, it's my parents' car. He's like, no, like down on the road. So I went and I peeked my head over and I saw the maroon truck and the red trailer. And I thought, there is no way that's Pat. No way. So I kind of looked down the road and they were driving slow, and Jesse's like, it's not Pat. Pat has a blue truck. So I looked on Facebook and I said, no, Pat has a maroon truck. Except they kept on driving, so I was tripping out. Had no idea if that was Pat. And then they came back the other way. So it turns out they arrived a couple of days early. We don't even know what to say. They must be absolutely exhausted. So they came, they kind of checked things out, and it looks like they're gonna go crash for the night and get some rest. I already got my first Pat scolding.
For
he
what?
said, you're planing too deep, you're gonna give yourself a hernia. He said, well, I had it set to like a little over a 16th.
Yeah.
He's like, what are you doing that for?
Yeah.
I said, because we planed a 1/4 inch over. He's like, what'd you do that for? So I explained the story. So
This sounds like Pat.
multiple passes,
Yeah.
a little shallower. I'll
Okay.
try it.
Yeah.
Said a 16th out of square isn't a big deal, but you don't tell students that.
Right.
Because then they assume a 1/4 inch is
Right.
good. So he said you won't notice. Said
Okay.
floor joists, you only need to plane 3 sides.
Right.
I didn't know that.
See? Tricks of the trade.
So
I like it.
already getting schooled.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, it was good to see him. I was like shocked. I told him, I'm like, when I saw the trailer went by, I was like, that was Shelter's trailer, but I didn't recognize the truck, and I was on the backhoe, and you're like, I think they have a main license plate. I'm like, there's no way.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a time warp somewhere out there in like North Dakota, Montana or something.
I think we're just tired and think we have a lot of time left for the workshop, and Pat's
Yep.
here now.
He's here to make sure this frame goes up in a week. That's what he's here for. He's here to make sure. So he's coming to work tomorrow. It was good to see him. I'm glad he's here. He said
Yep.
timbers look really good. He said good job. So that makes me feel even better.
That's good.
You never know. You feel like you're holding yourself to this like ridiculously high standard, and then people come, they're like, wow, this is really precise. And you're like, really? Like, it didn't have to be. But
Yeah.
I guess it's nice when everything is good. That makes me really happy. My goal is to get another tree on here, so I got to get rolling.
Okay.
I got a couple more cuts to make.
I'm
and then
gonna
this
keep
guy's
planing if
coming
that's
off.
okay.
Yep, sounds good. So we are done with floor joists,
Woohoo!
posts, and tie beams. The only thing left is rafters. That's it. We've got 5, maybe 6 sitting here, and then we need 5, maybe 6 more. So we're gonna get 6 more logs. Down to the wire.
Yeah.
Down to the wire.
Do you want a camera out here?
You know,
I've been filming Alyssa the whole time, and when I do that, people accuse you of being lazy. So, to manipulate public opinion, we need to put the camera on you for a bit.
we would be fools to think that filming me would make people think that I'm not lazy. People are gonna think whatever they want to think.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the film says. You could show me outworking you 50 to 1 and people still accuse me of being lazy.
Yeah.
No, I think I'm good without a camera. I need to focus on work.
Okay.
Yep.
Keep up the good firewood cutting. Anna comes tomorrow night too. Like, this is getting real, guys. Guess what just came in the mail? A package from Blueberry. What this stuff is, it helps cut through the sap or get rid of the sap. Basically, the bottom of the planer will go over like a pitch pocket, and then the entire bottom is covered in sap and it doesn't push as well. So not only am I planing too deep because we have to take off so much width of these timbers, I'm fighting tree juice too. So Blueberry said, go ahead and put this in a little spray bottle and give the bottom of the planer a little spritz when I need it, and it smells a heck of a lot better than diesel fuel. So my gloves and my hands thank Blueberry, because I smell like a dude right now, like a dude auto mechanic. That's what I smell like. I'd rather smell like oranges. So we have a bunch of brace stock left, but it looks like we only need 3 or 4 more 4-footers. So let's go on the side of 4, which means we need 16 feet or maybe just a little bit more. So I'm only gonna plane that much. This piece ought to do it. We'll get 3 of them. It's a 12-foot piece. So probably plane this up and then see where we're at. Wow, that's beautiful. Let's get this off there. Hey, you're clogged again. It's annoying. Usually when this planer is not running well, it's almost always because of something.
Up on the mill. Pat said he'd probably help with planing tomorrow. Have you tried using a little bit less passes? Okay, cool.
Paul, would you describe Alyssa as fast or accurate?
More fast, but she's got quite a bit of accuracy in there as well.
Quick.
Hurry.
Yeah. All right, dinner was amazing. Thank you. Our brace stock is done. We are done.
It's freezing.
We are cold. We are
We've reached
sleepy.
a milestone, so I think it's in our best interest to rest a little because
Yeah.
it might be our only opportunity until the frame is up.
Rest is a very relative term around here. Rest just means not burning the midnight oil. So we've been, that's a 13-hour day for me, 13-hour day for you, actually almost 14.
Twice today felt my eyes burning with tiredness, and I was also feeling emotional for a bit. That's like epic tiredness.
Yeah. I was emotional too.
Were you?
No. Forgot to mention earlier, but I'm pretty sure we just sawed the 40th log on the sawmill. 40th log. We've got 4 more in the deck and 6 more on the way. That'll mean we'll hit the 50 log mark. My notes said 55 logs. It's pretty good. I think it's safe to say we have broken in the LT15. I think that's pretty safe. And we are currently on blade number 34. Blade number 34 of 45. So we've got about 10 blades, 11 blades left in the current box. A blade per log. Oi. Oh, something I learned. Last comment. I milled like 9 logs on the first blade. Apparently you're not supposed to do that. That's the one I broke. And now I'm changing the blade every log, so that's working pretty good. Things you learn by doing it. I wonder if I put my face down here and you plane shavings into my face and then I take my face away, would it be like, you know those...
A nose and an eye.
Yeah, you know like those, that
Metal?
toy,
Yeah.
that you like lift your hand up and
I
it...
broke one of those once in a toy store and then I ran.
Broke it?
Yeah, I dropped
How?
it.
Oh, you dropped it.
And
And
the
the
needles
pins
went
go everywhere? Oh man. Yeah, it'd be kind of cool. Like, I don't know if you guys can see that, but there was a piece of wood laying here. We should put something here and then plane against it and see if, like, put like a drill and see if, like, when you plane against it, you take the drill away. Does it look like there was a drill there? That'd be kind of fun. That was the plan. So originally she had drawn these long posts sitting on the outside of this bunk here. And the rafters on the inside. But those long posts will fit tightly underneath that tent over there, and that's where the posts are going. So if they could all stay together, that would free up a small amount of space here just to the left of your trailer that I've been filling in. Every time I grab a bucket for the mill, I end up just dumping it back in that corner over there, so that can be filled. I thought I'd flatten that to the whole area. That would be helpful, yeah. In case I misunderstood. So we've got all the brace stock. It is all there now. Yep. On it, it's fully capable.
You'll need this quite a bit.
Yep. I'm trying to think if there's any other questions that we had.
No, it all looks good.
Okay. So yeah, if you can get a blade at the store and put it on there, that will work really good.
Bugaboo looks really concerned that we're under a tight deadline, doesn't he? The sun is up and we are up and at it. We have a lot going on this morning. Everyone's running around doing stuff. Pat is gonna bust out like a lot of work this morning, which is gonna be really helpful. And I'll tell you more later. I have to help Jesse load a log on the mill, and I guess breakfast will have to wait. I think the next few days are gonna be so chaotic. I don't even have words, but in a good way. I think we're gonna get so much work done that everything's gonna be completely unrecognizable by the time our workshop attendees arrive. Probably gonna need the chain, huh?
I can reach that.
Okay. Good. Oh, I'm watching. Reconnect.
Yeah.
4 more logs to go, and we are going to get to all of these today. moving this? No. Feeling this morning good?
Feel okay?
A lot to get done.
Yeah. How about you?
I'm good.
Nice. The fog is
I know.
lifting and the cows are happy.
I feel rested and ready to go.
You do?
Yeah.
Nice. It's a good feeling a couple days before the workshop.
It is.
I think that's empty. There's a can there, and there's 2 cans back by the firewood pile, the cabin firewood
I was
pile.
thinking of having him run to town as soon as you can.
That's fine. I'm
Okay.
just saying, like, if he can get that stuff
you
filled
were
up,
thinking
and then
he-
get more diesel.
You could use the flatbed for the plywood.
I think he's using the truck.
This is the stuff that Blueberry sent. I think it's a citrus based, but Pat said if you just spritz this every couple of feet on the timber, then the planer moves a lot better. So I was thinking this was gonna go on the bottom of the planer, and that's not actually true. So I'm excited to go ahead and try this out. These the students' tools. Nice. Do you spray every side like preventatively, or only if you see pitch?
Do it all.
Okay.
We have enough.
Okay, cool. Here's your tools, guys. I'm freaking excited for you. Those are big boxes. Oh my gosh, this stuff smells amazing. Oh, I don't miss you, planer. Call me if you need anything.
Likewise.
Okay.
Got anything to say?
Huh?
Got anything to say?
I can't hear anything.
Say?
How do you like the truck?
Nice.
Do you feel more manly driving
do.
some big truck that goes bar 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 bar?
Everybody got out of my way.
Yeah. The workshop is just 3 days away. As Jesse said, the goal today was to get through this deck of logs because we still have to have 6 more logs delivered and then get them milled. Today, again, we worked extremely well as a team, and both Pat and Mary Lynn fit seamlessly into the picture. Jesse was on the sawmill all day. My dad ran the chainsaw, keeping up with firewood. I pushed around a 40-pound planer all day. Mary Lynn moved mountains of sawdust. Pat staged timbers, and my mom was ground support. Pat showing up early was invaluable to us, to say the least. We didn't realize just how time-consuming staging timbers would be. We originally thought we'd confine all of the timbers to two 20 by 40 tents. However, as we started staging more and more timbers, it became extremely clear to us that this was not going to be enough space. We were gonna have to spread out.
From my perspective, it was magical to have Pat's help. It's kind of hard to see from the videos, but I've had to be primarily the project manager, but each day I'm also in the trenches, and it's been very, very difficult to both have a high-level overview of the scope of the project, but also have my own duties that have to be managed every day. And because of my skill set, typically I'm working on some of the most critical aspects of the build, so my work has to get done. I'm not doing kind of peripheral stuff while managing. I'm both managing and taking care of some extremely critical tasks. So having Pat's help getting the job site organized, and for the first time since we broke ground, having someone else's eyes looking over the structure really helped to put my mind at ease that we had built the structure correctly, that we had milled our timbers correctly, that we were following the plans that had been provided to us by Shelter. I know Alyssa, it's very frustrating for Alyssa at times because my plate is so full, and a lot of times her work gets bottlenecked because of me. So she had been wanting and trying to help get things set up earlier in the week, but it just didn't work. We just didn't have the resources or the time to do it. And even though Alyssa's parents arrived, which was a massive relief, morale improved, a lot of work was getting done, there were still a lot of tasks that were skills that nobody else had, such as running the backhoe, for example, and moving timbers and moving soil and setting up staging areas, all things that had been, unfortunately, in my lap still. And with Pat's arrival, it was like magic. I could literally just focus on the sawmill, put a log on the mill, take a timber off the mill, and then also having someone who could help Alyssa. She's a hard worker and she's a fast learner, but literally the amount of time that I would spend with Alyssa might be 20 minutes in a day. And having somebody who has knowledge and skills, but also has a very gift for teaching, kind of giving Alyssa some guidance and helping boost her confidence, all of that really was just so refreshing. And I think earlier in the week we were panicking about being ready for the workshop. We were worried. There was a lot of tension, a lot of anxiety, fear. And once Pat arrived, I think we kind of felt that all those emotions really just subsided. And it's almost like we felt confident we were going to be ready. And I think that confidence just increased through his visit as he started to make things happen and show us the way, how to get ready, what to do. It wasn't that he completely took over all decision making, it was that a lot of that stuff had been taken over by someone with experience, not just in construction, but in timber framing, and of course putting on wonderful workshops. So this was a huge relief, and I think my fatigue was starting to show with milling. My passion for sawmilling was really starting to dwindle. But I was able to finish strong because of all the help. Alyssa's parents, Pat, Mary Lynn, everybody who came. And I know that Alyssa started cranking out planing like nobody's business, because every time I go over there, the planer shavings were like an inch deeper. And the timbers were absolutely stunning.
Hopefully it's a chisel you don't care too much about. Wow, That's insane. Do you know how long timbers will produce sap once they're up in your home?
Depends on how much sap there's in them.
Yeah.
But what happens is that it does dry up and it gets hard. But I wouldn't be surprised if up to a year you could get sap coming out. When I was cutting timber in the Targhee National Forest, one of those trees that looked balsam firs, I'd cut those down and they would squirt sap a foot high.
Really?
A fountain of sap.
Wow. So don't wear clothing you care about.
At night, every night you can take off your pants and stand them in the corner.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Wow, you are so awesome.
Alrighty.
You bought the good stuff too.
Yeah, I gotta keep my baby hydrated.
Yep. I think little things like this, they're huge pick-me-ups.
Oh, absolutely.
Like water gets kind of boring.
Oh yeah, I'm with you.
If you brought one of these to Jesse, it'd probably disappear.
Okay, Jesse's next.
Probably Daddy too.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Good stuff, you're welcome. Look what we got for Jesse. Alyssa told me you wouldn't be able to pass this.
Oh my gosh, what is that? That will cheer me up a little bit.
Okay, good.
I could use it right now because I'm doing my least favorite task.
It's your late afternoon pick-me-up.
Yes, this is like snack time when you're a kid because you've been good all day and you get a snack.
Did you shovel that by hand or did Jesse fill it up?
I did it.
Wow.
It's very lightweight.
Yeah, what's crazy is that's like a drop in the bucket with how much sawdust we've made.
It is. It feels good walking on it.
Yep.
It's like sand. So nice.
to get video today because of that and because of the generator.
What?
So last one, and it's not dark yet.
Yeah. Pat's been helping a lot with tobacco. Like, I haven't had to leave the sawmill. I could probably do 5 logs a day.
Yep.
I haven't really been pushing myself that hard today.
Yeah.
I ate lunch and I ate breakfast.
I know, right?
Last cut.
And I want dinner already.
And I'm hungry. Last cut on the last log that we have right now. But we need 5 more logs.
Nice. Okay.
I got a rafter out of that log, as it turns out.
Cleaning's going quickly, not being picky.
Awesome. I can't wait to come
With everything,
check it out.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how close it needs to be. So there's ones that are still a 1/4 inch over.
Wow.
And I'm sure some of them are fine.
Okay.
You know, but you need to know how it's going to be used, which I don't
Right.
know. So
How it works. Yep.
it's kind of hard, but I think Pat's giving me mandatory breaks.
Nice. Okay. I can't wait to come check it out. Let me make this last cut.
Okay.
Then I can shut the mill down and I'll come check that stuff out.
Okay.
Yep.
My dad's still troopering away. When we were doing this, we had a firewood trail like all the way to Jesse, and then we came along and bulldozed the whole thing. That's a lot of firewood.
It is.
That'd make a huge bonfire. My goodness. Turn that off. Oh my gosh. I pressed a button and it looked like something sparked or something. So, I don't know. I didn't realize how loud that was going to be.
Oh, I knew it was going to be louder than that one by a mile. That's why you pay all the money for Honda, because they're quiet.
Yep.
But they don't put out the power, gentlemen. So do you want to tarp all your hard work today, or what's the plan?
I don't know. I sort of feel that things have spread out beyond tarps and beyond tents.
I don't know.
I don't think it needs to be tarped overnight.
Okay, I'm just asking because we need to do it now before it gets dark.
Yep. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I feel like if it's going to rain at all, it would be nice to tarp stuff just because it gets dirty.
I don't think it's going to rain.
I don't think it's going to rain tonight.
Sometimes I feel we go through all this effort to make sure things are good and people are comfortable. And my fear is that
well, I don't know, all those timbers definitely got a tan sitting in the sun, so I don't know what's worse, sun or rain.
Yep.
Because the sun definitely has an effect on them, but I don't know. Is we good for tonight?
I think so. I didn't talk much.
Yeah, there's lots of video today.
In a nutshell,
we cruised through today, or blew through today is a good word.
Yeah, we had 5 adults working non-stop, and then
Jesse. Oh,
Mary Lynn showed up, and she was working too.
Yeah.
So nice work.
Today.
wasn't able to film you much, but I think my mom got a lot.
Yeah, she was over
So
there.
if you
doing
guys
something.
like the footage today, thank my mom. I think she was having fun with the camera.
Yeah, I think she did a good.
She found Bugaboo basking in the sun and she got the zoom lens and he was gone.
He's elusive.
Yeah.
Which is funny because most of the time when he hears the camera come out, he
Oh,
runs
yeah.
to the camera. So figure that one out.
I think we should shut this show down and go get some dinner at a real house.
Sounds like a good plan to me. We're
all
gonna
you
have
get,
a real
guys.
house. We're gonna have a real house here pretty quick.
Oh, we will.
Yeah.
Bye. Whoa. Can you guys see that? There's still a butt in my pants. And it's not mine. Those pants aren't even that dirty. Impressive.
These here are all posts, right? Some of them are posts.
Yep, those are all posts, short posts. And a couple floor joists in
I
there.
suppose we could just start cutting them out right here. Well, it's supposed to be snowing Thursday. I'm wondering whether we need the tents at all.
It's already getting to be to the point where it's not going to work anyway. I mean,
It'll be in the way.
the vision and the reality are quite far apart. So
The potty truck's here. We're getting 2 more potties for the workshop. Yay! Do you know it's actually pretty dang cheap to rent an outhouse for a week? There's where I sip my coffee. Yay, potties!
yeah. Hey, so since we're gonna get snow and we're gonna get potentially very low temperatures, what are your thoughts on putting the planer shavings in the trench to try to protect the pipes?
It's very smart.
We have to do something. If we
Yep.
don't have time to get it backfilled, then we have to do something to insulate those
Okay.
pipes because they will freeze.
Okay.
It's not going to damage them, it's just gonna freeze and we're not gonna have any water.
Yeah, I think that's smart.
So-
I'm gonna, okay, I think we do want to keep the propane things. The propane
Oh, the propane heaters.
and the chairs.
And the chairs, yeah.
So might call them and see if we can do that.
Okay, yeah. I just call and see what they want to do. I mean, if Pat feels the tents are in the way, I agree, and I think you agree, so I don't think there's any disagreement
Yeah.
there. But
I think despite our best planning for this workshop to make sure that everybody is comfortable, some things it's not that we over planned, it's
We
just
planned
that
for the
we
worst.
we did plan for the worst.
yeah,
So I guess if it was gonna rain, we
if it was
would
gonna
need the
rain all week,
tents.
there'd be no question. We'd make tents work, but the forecast right now says no, so we'd rather not have them. They're just going to be in the way. It's a pretty big commitment because if we don't have all the timbers in there when the tents go up, we're done.
Yep. I don't know if you can see this, but these timbers are literally sparkling. There's a bunch of frost on them, and wow, that's pretty. So I'm pretty sure I can get to work. We have all the rafters and floor joists that need to be planed. Probably ask Pat to help me. As you can see, there's not enough room in here to plane. So I think if we just kind of scoot all the finished stuff to the end, then we could space the rafters out a little bit. And then my floor joists are over there. All of these need planed. And Pat told me yesterday that I only need to do 3 sides, which saves me a few timbers in the end. I think Pat is gonna start cutting things to length, and I'm sure we'll find something for Anna to do.
Good to meet you, sir.
You look like you've been driving.
Sir.
No, she
been a long
drives
time.
for almost for a living too, and then
Yeah.
she's going to.
That means you're looking your best, by the way.
Thanks.
Yeah. Well, this guy drove like 3,000 miles in like 3
I know.
days.
I'm
so I
pretty
don't
sure
know
we
if
all
he's
have
slept or
like
not,
huge
but-
bags under our eyes.
Yeah.
This morning I put my coffee grounds in my cup instead of the French press. I was like, ah, dang it.
But get used to it. When you turn 70, it happens without being
That's
tired.
daily, right?
Yeah. just finished the very first post, post number 7. We're trying to find the balance of making sure the frame goes up next Friday versus leaving enough for the students to work on so they really feel that they have the time to kind of perfect their skills and also really contribute to the timber frame. So I think Pat's decided to cut one end of the post and then the students can work on the other end.
Huh? What?
I'm digging
I found
my
it.
mom's breakfast sandwiches.
I could get used to having your mom around all the time.
Right?
So I was a little nervous that we weren't going to get logs. Our logger called and I said, "How you doing?" And he's like, "I'm stressed." And I'm like, "Oh, me too." He's like 27 feet, right? And I'm like, "Alan, don't do this to me, buddy." No, so he called and he said he's got the trees. We're good to go. I talked to the log well. I left a message for the truck driver, so hopefully we'll get this show on the road and we get the last 5 rafters in the next day.
Today's video title is "We Almost Didn't Make It."
We almost didn't get enough trees. There's not enough trees in Idaho for our timber frame.
That is awesome. I love that.
Yeah, so Ann and I are working on staging timbers. That's looking really good. This is starting to look like a workshop, eh? Huh?
Yeah.
And Alyssa is making a mountain of shavings.
Pat's mobbing on posts.
Today's a good Friday. Things are going well. Everybody's here working hard. Your parents are off doing errands.
Yep.
Got breakfast. Happy Friday. Yeah, we're gonna be making 5 more too. I mean, she's gonna need every inch.
Okay.
So, kind of in a weird situation. Maybe if you push down, I lift up, we gotta get over that valve box. Probably gonna need at least like, I don't know, that much room between them. So maybe as she planes them, we can move them because I don't think there's enough room to lay them all on their broadside here.
Jesse,
Yeah,
we have an ugly post,
okay,
and Pat said it needs to go in one of the 4 corners of the house.
okay,
Guess which corner we want it in?
okay.
I'm thinking the staircase.
Yeah,
Okay.
yep, good. Gonna move them that way, put a block underneath that. Impact and screws should be in the garage, maybe. Sorry. Keep unplugging you with the backhoe, I think. So hopefully our logs are on their way. To make room, we've got to get these log butts put back here, and then we've got to get all this firewood out from in front of the mill so the logs can go right in front of the mill. That'll work good. I think there's enough room for the backhoe through there. Then hopefully at some point today we'll get some stickers over here and start getting this really long valuable lumber stickered properly so it can dry for a couple of years. Lots of work to do today, lots of prep work.
Something that's gonna terrify my dad. I'm gonna teach him to fly the drone. See, he has a drone or quadcopter or whatever, and he actually has to fly his, and he doesn't quite understand that you don't need skill to fly this one. If you can press an up and a down, side to side, and hit a record button, you're good. So let's see how this goes. And it beeps when it's time to come down.
And if you don't take action, does it come down anyways?
I don't know, but you should have plenty of time to get it on the ground. It's recording, and that's hard to sift through. So think about the shot you want. So
Is it recording now?
it's not, no. I mean, you could go forward and down at the same time.
Good. I think this is the bottom.
Okay.
Roll. Beautiful.
Let me think for a few minutes while we're going to set this up.
Okay. I gotta get back in the sawmill thing, whatever that is, the groove.
You need some logs before you can
I need
do
logs,
that.
but I gotta start thinking like a sawmiller instead of a whatever else I'm thinking about. I feel like a chaos this morning. I feel like I've been a chaos. I can't believe how organized everything looks now. It all looks like it should.
It's amazing, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just took the right person and some time, really.
Most,
I can't believe how much room this takes.
that's what I was thinking.
This is
And
ridiculous. You need like 5 acres.
when the workshop's over, you
How did
guys
we-
are going to think, oh man, look at all the space we have.
I don't know how we did this in their building. Their building's like 50 by 100, and this is way bigger than 50 by 100. And we still had room to run a forklift and all that stuff in there, so I don't know. If the weather holds like this, man, you can't pay money for this experience. This is ridiculous. But Friday, they'll all be wishing they had a refund. They'll be freezing whatever they have. It'll be frozen, I guarantee you. It just won't ever warm up. I bet it's gonna, we're probably gonna get socked in is what's gonna happen. Because when it holds that low of a temperature during the day, that usually that doesn't mean it's clear. That usually means it's foggy. We might get some snow. It won't be like that magical February snow that we all love, but it'll probably be,
A dusting.
it'll be cold and snowing.
Yeah.
That'll be interesting.
Flew the drone.
That wasn't as
It was so
exciting. It
fun.
was like, I flew the drone.
Did not crash it, and
All right.
I'm going to get one for Christmas.
Are you?
Same exact one.
Should we do hand-me-downs? And we'll get them back.
Yeah, I want to get one of those triple chargers like you have.
We just got that, and we should have got it a year ago, man. One battery at a time is a joke.
My oil is running low.
Uh-oh.
This looks good, Pat. I'm glad you're putting our lumber to use. Are these for floor joists?
Yes, those joists right there.
Nice, okay. I think I'm ready to flip these.
Okay.
There's a small chance I'll finish this today.
I'll do it. I'll finish it if you don't.
starting.
I think you could get through all of them tomorrow.
Well, I think.
Well,
I can get
maybe,
one
probably
done
not,
tonight.
because
5 in a day is a lot.
well, and also shelter. The whole crew's arriving tomorrow, so
It's gonna be busy. If I can get 1 done tonight, I can definitely get 4 done tomorrow, assuming we don't have any problems. So.
Okay guys, the logging truck is on his way. Our logger is awesome that he was able to pull this off for us. He understands the time crunch that we're under.
Photobomb.
Uh-oh. And we talked about it. If for some reason we couldn't get the logs today, technically we have until probably Thursday to get these last 5 rafters. Rafters are last, because duh, they're on top of the building. So we would have been fine either way, but we're really happy that we're getting them today because Jesse wants to partake in the workshop. He doesn't want all these awesome people working on joinery and he's stuck on the mill. He's been milling for 3 weeks straight. Jesse doesn't want to mill anymore. So that's where we're at. He should be here any second now. So this is gonna be a challenge because our property was tight before and now it's really tight. I don't think, you can't slide it, it's too heavy, right? How's that? It's kind of like planing. Is that too heavy? Yep. So I guess we're checking them as they come off. Like there's no way that's a rafter.
It's pretty close.
Really?
Yep.
I guess at this point, straight is what's important. If it's straight, you can get a lot. That actually is pretty decent on the butt.
Pretty good.
Blueberry posted on Facebook, Alyssa and Jesse are working down to the wire. I'm like, oh, you have no idea, Blueberry.
Oh, Blueberry. You're so cute. I think Alan did us well. Your dad's trying to get fancy.
Oh yeah, hey, look at us shaking up there. Bugaboo is sitting on the rocks over there in the sun watching the drone.
Wow, look at that log.
Oh wow. As much as I want to watch these logs be unloaded, Ann and I should probably be working.
Yeah, there's 3 other cameras working, I think.
Yeah, there's 3 other cameras, so I think Alyssa's out of a job.
Yeah.
It's massive.
Well, keep stockpiling it. You never know when you're going to get more, you know?
I think if we can put stickers at kind of like 25%, you know? Well, log delivery went well. The only problem is that I thought we were getting 5 logs. But it is a good point that we have to pay the man the same amount of money whether he brings 1 log or a whole load, so might as well get a few more. However, this will not be a place to park workshop attendees. So we'll have to figure out another solution. Good thing is, by the time you watch this video, we will have found our solution already. And Jesse brought me out a ginger ale, so I'm going to snag one of these babies. Joink! Ready to load a log?
Yeah. Need to move the truck. You want
Okay.
to do that?
Yep.
Just put it at the bottom of the driveway,
Okay.
probably.
I can do that.
All right, I'll grab the backhoe.
Okay. This is what I call being in the home stretch. I think a lot of the butts are down here already.
You know what? We better measure that log.
Okay.
Looks short. We're good. Alan did us real good.
Thanks, Alan. Okay. Where'd you put my ginger ale?
Down there.
Okay. Can I sneak under here?
Yep.
Is anything ready for planing?
Well, these guys here are.
Okay,
These two. So you're playing this side, but not the other.
right.
You don't need to.
Okay.
So 3 sides.
Is there like a clear top and bottom or not really?
Yes, I have arrows at the end.
You do, okay.
I just realized these are rimmed, so these only need to be done on 2 sides.
Oh, okay. I think we told you guys, but we have a cut sheet of every single timber in our structure. No, we're not putting this online for everybody and their mom to download, but everyone in the class will get one of these. So this is what Pat is working from right now to figure out which timber is which and what the dimensions are. Yay! Jesse got a rafter milled today. He was really worried he wasn't going to be able to, so 1 down, 4 to go. Pretty confident with all this help he can get all of those 4 tomorrow. I'm going to finish planing a couple more sides of a floor joist, and then I'm getting the vibe that everyone's going to call it quits for the night and go get some rest and dinner. Well, another day down. Nice work.
Two.
You got like half a day break from the sawmill, but I'm really happy that logs arrived.
You know, I guess what's been really nice is because I haven't been pulled away from the sawmill, it goes pretty quick, honestly. Like, I didn't really realize how much, you know, being interrupted all the time was costing me
it's
time.
huge. And
But
I feel the same way.
I got a log done in an hour and a half this afternoon. That's pretty good.
I feel like Pat's done a really great job at filling in the stuff that takes up our time. Like, there's a phenomenal, I mean, he did a lot of work, but there's a phenomenal amount of planning. So
Yep.
Pat pretty much set up all these staging areas, which
Way more than we thought we needed.
it was
way
it was
more.
time consuming, but he did that all day and
cut posts,
cut posts, and
a lot
I
of
pretty
stuff
much
done.
planed, and there was a point where I needed to take a break, so
Yeah.
kind of helped Anna.
Well, you've been like a Swiss Army knife. You've been helping with logs and
Yep.
planing and moving stuff. And yeah, between Anna and Paul, almost all the boards got stacked
Nice.
today, which is huge. All the firewood, completely caught up on firewood. We restaged like 50% of our timbers and got that all done. It's starting to look like a timber frame workshop
Mary
now.
Lynn
It's
busted
looking-
her hump all day with
Mary
sawdust.
Lynn's been moving sawdust all day, like getting the mud potential down to, you know, dull
Yeah.
roar.
I'm feeling really good at this point.
Sue's been running errands and cooking food and
Yep.
taking video, and we had a
She's
logger.
done. I think she's doing really great behind the camera. That's just my hunch.
She's having fun. Our logger actually is pretty fun. Our log truck driver is having a pretty good time today too. So
Yeah,
it
So-
takes an army just to get ready for the army.
yeah.
It's amazing.
So
Yeah.
next video, aka tomorrow for us, is going to be totally chaotic. We have
Yeah.
4 crew members coming in.
Arriving.
I can't wait to see them. Hope they're as excited as we are.
We still have a big to-do list too, a punch list to get done before
Yeah.
tomorrow night. We've got to get the sawmill done. We've got to get all the planing done. We've got to get the trench backfilled with planer shavings. Like there's a
Yeah.
lot. The braces have to be cut tomorrow
Levi,
night.
our film
Levi's
guy,
coming.
he's coming. Look
Yeah.
forward to meeting him in person.
Man, oh man.
It's gonna be busy.
Better get some food and sleep.
Yeah.
That's making me tired just thinking about it.
Yep. I think with the final push, rest is definitely important for us. So as you see, it's only 6:30 and we're calling it quits because we have no doubts that we can't finish up what we need to do tomorrow. So we're going to get some food, y'all.
Hasta mañana, amigos.
Oh, we even got Bugaboo on camera.
Oh, Buggerfish came out. I heard him meowing.
We should feed him before we go to dinner. Anna said he was poking around here.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
I will do that.
Okay.
And that looks like my dad is ready to go get dinner too. Pretty sure everyone's hungry.
It's another chilly fall morning, burning all the oils and the gasolines and the diesels to get everything warmed up. There's gonna be an army here today. This is amazing. There's already a pretty good group of people, but I think we have 4 shelter crew who are arriving sometime this afternoon. They left at 4 a.m. Eastern. Hopefully they'll be here about noon. I've got to get these 4 logs that are right here by the mill turned into rafters. Hopefully that will it'll take most of the day. My cumulative total, if anybody's interested in it, would be 55 logs. 55 logs. Interestingly, that's exactly the number that I thought we would need, but I don't think that it worked the way I thought it would work. So 4 more rafters to go. Alyssa's working on planing. I know that Pat's working on layout and doing some of the preliminary cutting. Gabe, who will be arriving today with Blueberry, Gabe will probably take over braces. We wanted to get those done, and I might actually be able to work on them this afternoon, but let's just not count on it.
I'm gonna go ahead and help Jesse load a log on the mill. Could someone else help Jesse load a log on the mill? Probably, except we feel that it is kind of dangerous, and I've been doing it for 3 weeks, so I really know what to expect, what could go wrong, what the backhoe's gonna do, what the log's gonna do, how to act quick. And not that someone else couldn't do those things, but I don't know, we try to reduce risk where we can, so I'll go ahead and be available for that. Ready? This might be your last day of milling for a while. Are you sad?
I could not mill a log for a long time.
It's kind of funny how we're so excited to go to Sawmill, and we still love it, but it's also pretty crazy how the last thing you want to do right now is mill logs.
What's deceptive about our life is a lot of people share our excitement when we get something new. But the problem is everything we get is
means work.
It's like, woohoo, look at this
Got
new
a backhoe.
piece of work that we got. Yeah, everything that shows up here, like we have 0 toys. The only thing we have that even comes close is the hot tub. And it's not much work, you know? Anyway, so yeah, I will share in a future video some things I've learned.
That'd be a great video.
About that sawmill, because I have this, I'll show you. My head has been this far from this sawmill for 3 weeks. I've learned a thing or two about this little sawmill. We're like little homies, we're besties. I can almost hear its blade turning in my sleep. So yeah, last day of milling. Hopefully we'll blow through those 4 logs.
I'm feeling it.
And then I don't have to load a log on this mill for a long time.
Here's the Patster.
Watch out, Pat's here. Everybody on your manners, best behavior. We need about 10 people on
Yeah,
staff.
that's it.
We need to feed them, house them, and work them to death. Poor guys. I can't believe people still come after we call and
Yeah.
say, hey, could
They
you,
all came willingly.
could you come for like a day or two?
And they're all still smiling.
Yeah.
Can't tell which end is the butt end. Here looks good.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's so smooth.
Good.
The breakfast.
Breakfast hath arrived.
Try that.
Okay. Just clamp it and then we'll cut.
weakens the beam.
Okay.
So the strength takes precedence over crowding. So we'll make this
So if there's a weak link, you want it up, not down?
top. Right?
Okay.
Because that's in compression. See, as the beam is bending, all those weak points are just being pressed against each other.
Mm-hmm.
Put them on the bottom.
There's-
they're separating.
Yep.
And they'll crack.
Okay, that makes sense. Are you putting the top up or the side to be planed up?
The side that needs to be planed up.
Okay.
Making an R because of
The wane.
that. So we'll put that to the outside up.
And that's not a structural thing, that's just a cosmetic thing.
Right.
before I lose my sanity, we win.
Yeah.
That last one takes the cake for Beam from Hell. Like, I cut it.
Really?
I spent 20 minutes calibrating that sawmill, and then I cut it, and it was over 1/4 of an inch.
Really?
End to end. I just about lost my
Wow.
marbles.
Yep.
Went back and adjusted again, and I'll bet it's all out of whack again. So I have to share something if Alyssa uses this clip. On the back of this tape measure is tree diameter. If you flip it over, the back shows the diameter of a tree. I cannot fathom that there are trees. Oh, it stops. It does stop at 120 inches. So this tape measure can only measure trees that are 10 feet in diameter. It does stop. I was thinking it went all the way to the end, and I thought that's got to be a practical joke. You got blades and gas, you can sawmill forever and ever and ever and ever.
But you don't want to, right?
But I'm very happy there are 3 blades left,
Three blades and 3
And there
logs.
are 2 logs left.
3 blades, 2 logs.
It's good that we had a backup blade because at any moment you can hit a rock or something in the log and it'll just take a blade out that quick.
Yikes.
So I'm glad we had an extra blade because we're not out of the woods yet.
And I thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. You're welcome. I try not to make boards, but some of this stuff, I don't know.
You got your earplugs in? Good.
My shadow's on your shirt.
This is an undershirt.
This is the last log. Hallelujah. So therefore we must document it on every camera we own that's in commission. Ready? Gotta get the head cam too. And to capture the arrival of the rest of the shelter crew because they should be here soon. And there's a small chance I'm gonna miss it.
Move the grapple down to the right
Okay, good?
a little bit. Try that.
Are you happy with that? Last time I have to clamp.
Yay!
I'm so done with you, clamps. I'm ready to move on to the next chapter of our lives. I am done with you, Grapple. I'm so done with you. No more bruised shins, no more bruised or swollen elbows. I'm also done with you, dear Clamp. Nice drone work. Don't worry, we'll be able to mill something else again. I'm pretty sure you're tired of being in a hunchback position.
I am tired of putting you in that position. That's what I'm tired of. I feel that that's safe, but I don't like it. It can be done and it can be done safely, but I just don't enjoy it. It's very nerve-wracking. It'd be one thing if it was just some guy, but it's not. It's the one I love. She's a tough sucker.
My butt was vibrating. I checked it. Thought it might be Blueberry. It was Blueberry. They should be here any minute now. Can you help me? My ear thingies always get stuck in my braid.
I see that.
And I can't get it out.
What in the world? This is quite a deal you
I
got
don't even know
here.
how that happened.
Oh, when the free.
Nice. Okay, thank you. that's
end of the
insane.
earth. We're like, hey everyone, come to the end of the earth. It'll be great.
I'm
Trust
pretty
us.
sure we have another Canadian coming.
Oh, fantastic.
Really?
Yeah,
All right.
they're gonna like gang up on us.
Right? 2 versus 30 Americans. They got
There's some
it.
sign about, like, there's some sign coming in that said, like, you can win the lottery in Canadian or something like that. I'm like,
Yeah.
so are you done the last tree?
I am on the last turn and the last cut, which I
Wow.
do believe we should document. Because
I
I mean,
agree.
anything could happen.
And we
The
have
whole
to be
sawmill could
super
explode.
dramatic.
At this point, anything could happen. So
I could come help you guys film that. Let's do it.
that would be awesome. Yeah.
Oh, it's a time lapse. Shoot. Right.
This is the last turn.
Hold on.
Before you do it, is there anything that I need to be aware about of things moving anywhere? Okay.
This is gonna
Do we
turn
need
on
to
its
do
back.
like a quick Levi introduction, or should we
No, it's-
make them guess?
Yeah, you can do it later. It's all good.
This tree was living yesterday morning and is now among the dead trees.
All we're missing is snow to start falling from the sky.
Right? Ready? Go! Oh my god, that's still heavy with 2 people.
Yep.
Holy cow. I am done with you, Peavy.
I counted. I have 30 bruises on this leg alone.
On that leg? Wow.
And it's mostly from this stuff.
You gotta be careful saying that on camera. People think I beat you on your left leg. Last cut! And I never want to see this sawmill again.
Yeah, it's good. I love woodwork. I've filmed woodworking stuff before, so this is just on a different scale.
Time to park the sawmill!
That's the last cut, right?
That's the last cut. It's gonna be a while, Sawmill. Thanks for all your work. You milled an army. Oh, it's so
I think
quiet.
this is like seeing your best friend. You're really excited and you spend a month with them, and then you're like, I love you, but it's time for a break.
Yeah. Wow.
That's insane.
55 logs, 85 timbers, 3 weeks to the day, to the hour.
And the workshop starts at 1 p.m.
Tomorrow.
So what time is it
way
now?
to use every hour.
I finished like 22 hours, or 23, 21.
Really?
21 hours to go. Do you hear that? It's quiet.
It's because your dad's gassing up the generator. This is just one less combustion engine that we have to fuel up every day, you know? I mean, I'm pretty excited about that. I'm pretty excited at the point where those gas cans get cobwebs on them. Mm-hmm. That'll be a really good day.
Yeah.
And your dad doesn't have to make any more soapy water.
What's the soapy water for?
Lubricant for the blade.
Oh, okay.
Keeps the sap. Keeps the
Oh, that's
sap.
right.
Yeah, it's like soapy water. Just every like 3 logs, I'm like, Paul!
I brought some of my own logs, so we're actually not
You
done
brought
yet.
some logs
you're
too?
gonna have to help me.
In the
really?
van.
Oh,
That'd have been awesome.
I would have been so mad if you pulled up with a trailer full
Full
of
of like
logs.
yellow
I
cedar,
would've been
just like.
no! Go away! All right, let's move this. Are we gonna do the whole caution
I think
tape?
we should.
We're gonna do like a finish line with the backhoe. And
Oh,
like,
yeah.
da-da-da, like
I
Mario
need someone
Kart.
to help me. All right, we have to get ready. Do this. This is the lamest ribbon ever.
Yeah, I think that looks great.